This is Vish, your TA for this session. If you can hear me loud and clear, please respond to the chat window. Okay, thank you guys for your quick response. I'm gonna pass the presenter right to the trainer. Happy learning, guys.
Good morning, Sachin Goswami. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Fantastic. So,
Everyone, this is Vishesh, your TA for this session. If you can hear me loud and clear, please respond in the chat window. Okay, thank you everybody. I pass the presenter right to the trainer now. Have a happy learning, guys.
we have them, isn't it? Yes, there was too much of a background noise, Arvind. Yeah, but because multiple of these batches running, so probably we got confused between those batches, and he actually said the same thing twice. Nevertheless, so that happens. So when you have those 10, 15 batches running simultaneous, not okay. Good morning. Audible, loud, clear. Yeah. Okay, now. Okay, so week number 3, so class number 1, week number 3. So I guess we should be at the scope management, right? We should scope management today. I see. So, so if we are starting the scope management, that means we did integration management last time, right? Yeah, we can, but I need to see, Cyril, that for we have those scope process, right? So 6 processes of the scope. Let us see which time do we get. Everybody has his back on. Uh, that cam, switch it off. That's a good. Yeah. So there, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear? On. You need, no, he can. Guys also see his webcam. Yeah. No. Yeah, it does. Okay. Let's do something about it. Okay. There you go. That's perfect. Okay, so we're going to start with a quick review of what we did the last week, and we'll take it forward from there, right? So we started off with integration management, correct? And we completed the integration management in the last class, is it? Okay, processes do we have an integration management? Let's start with. We have processes in integration management. How many do you have in initiation? The product, right? So we have product. Then we have the project management plan and planning. Then we have direct and manage project work and manage the project knowledge. In addition, then we have monitor and control project work and integrated change control and monitoring and control. and we have closed the project or the phase is closing, right? So that's the only knowledge area which goes through all 5 process groups, right? So when we started off, we in fact talked about the project selection methods, right? So there are 2 different uh, methods for that. One is the constraint optimization method. The other one is benefit to the cost method, right? When you talk about constraint optimization method, all the programming methods, just like goal programming and numerical programming, 90%. Now I'm just reviewing what we did last week. Yeah, I have a screen right now. Okay, feature programming is a process in scope. Did you requirement last week? After development, we collect requirement. Yep. In order to develop your scope, once you have the requirement from the customer, you will not be able to develop the scope. Okay. So when we started off with the project selection methods, in which we about the constraint optimization methods and the benefit to the cost methods. You motherboard, yeah, 10 and Israel. We talked about all those factors, right? Yeah. So the war of 6 days. So we talked about the peer review. We talked about the scoring models. We talked about PV, IRR, FV, ROI, those factors, opportunity cost, right? So about these factors which become very handy when you help in selecting a project for an organization, right? So you the one which has more benefits with it. So that then we started off with the processes. In the processes, the first one was about the project charter. Project kind of work goes in. There are, but generally, PV is not a formula, right? So PV is you just to add that depreciation, and that depreciation factor will be given to you. So you just add that, say suppose 10% for the next 5 years, right? So you can use that. And is the total sum of the PVs, IRR again will be given in the question to you. So such formula for that, right? Formulas for them, yes. XD, IRR, FV, but again that asks for that discounted rate, asks for that depreciation factor. So it considers all the same things that we've been talking about, right? Yeah. Okay, pretty good. So we were at the project charter. What were the inputs, guys? There is a in the PV and the FV. Yes, the business agreement. Then yes, OPA and the EF, right? All of them. What do you facilitation technique, expert judgment meetings, right? And your project charter. Whose responsibility is the project charter, guys? They of the sponsor, right? The only document for which the project manager is not responsible, right? The most important document that you wish to have with you as a project manager. So these both ways, right? Okay. So now when to the planning, we have the project management plan as the process there. Now, but remember that what exactly is the project management plan? The combined plan of all the knowledge areas into one area, correct? You remember we talked about it that everything from low, comes together and gives you the complete project management plan, just like a Microsoft project plan. I mean, the Microsoft plan doesn't have all the things, but most of them, and then you have different documents, your related documents, your risk related documents, your communication matrices, right? coordinator role there in weak matrix organization, whom the project manager reports in weak matrix organization. PM reports to functional manager, or manager to PM. In weak matrix, the project manager actually reports to the functional manager. The manager, he reports back to the functional manager. Vasu? No, not to the PMO. You see, let's not get confused, right? PMO can be there in any of those organizations. So PMO is there in the weak matrix organization, and to directive PMO, then in a weak matrix organization as well, a project manager can actually report to a directive PMO, right? That's the part. But yes, generally in a weak matrix organization, it's always about the functional head, and he does the show, right? So he gives less powers to that gentleman, which is called the project manager, and he keeps most of the powers with him. That is called the weak matrix because the powers which are to the project manager are pretty less. And the PM any type of organization. So PMO, I mean, so even if you have a functional organization, but we have a PMO, then it is unlikely to have a PMO in a functional organization. But still, I mean, if there at all, then the project manager can report. Yeah, he does. Which payment goes in control process as an input, update from execution process, or the initial one from the planning goes. Come to it, Kumar. Stay with me. We are reviewing that, right? Yeah. So let me come back to this. Okay. So that only. We at the PMP. What are the inputs for the PMP, guys? Project management plan. What are the inputs? What the project document? What documents? Processes, correct? That output other processes. Now, what outputs from the other processes which has an input? This the casual management plan, this schedule baseline, cost plan, cost baseline, your WBS, your risk registers, risk management plans, commission management plans, communications, quality matrices, quality policy, everything goes back and prepare a project management plan. Are we here? Yeah. Then plan and you go into the next process group which talks about execution. Now in addition again we have a couple of those processes which is project work and manage the project knowledge. Now when you are in direct and managed project work, you take the management plan into consideration, right? And then you have the work performance data with you. Now for the very first day you might not have the work performance data, but execution is a continuous process, right? So keep on executing the activities through the project, right? So as on day one, you might not have any of the work data, but day two onwards, you have that data, right? So if you talk about inputs, are considered as which would be required at any point of time by this particular process, right? So it is required actually below, then stick to write that as an input, right? And that you would see the project documents are coming in, the work performance data is coming in, or in fact work performance data is going out as an output, right? These are the ones which needs to be followed in sequence why the topics covered as the 10 knowledge. No. So if you have covered this already, if the process groups are the ones which needs to be followed in a sequence, topics covered as the 10 knowledge areas. No, you see, Then maybe speaking a bit less in a lower voice. Maybe. So I was reading the question actually. No, that's not. This is what Gupta. Yeah, yeah. So there is no sequence. Sequence. Planning. The more you start making a project management plan, you quite a few of those activities simultaneously. So there are dependencies which is with few of those. Just like I'll give you an example. For preparing schedule, you must be knowing about all the activities, their attributes. You must be knowing about the WBS components. You must be knowing about the resources that you can apply in your project. Now, there are inputs in the schedule management which are actually coming from this. They are coming from the cost and they are coming from the resources. You also need to consider your quality policies when you are preparing this, because you might need to take 1 or 2 more days, maybe. I'm just saying, for the preparation of those cases, and you're doing testings and everything for the as per the quality policy. Right now, this would have a straight impact on the schedule of your project, right? But the only sequence is, I'll tell you what, Prasad. The all sequence is that it has to start with the scope, and that is all. The moment with you, then you quite a few of those things in parallel, right? So that mic check 1 2 3, guys. Voice breaking. Oh, so let's move on to data manage project work. So what we are doing is we inputs as the approved change request. Remember that? Yeah. They had the outputs as the change request. Inputs are approved change request, outputs are change request, and I had to queue back to that workflow that I talked about, in which we have work performance data, information report to connect to what is happening here, right? So you execute on my screen right now, so don't worry. I'll tell you when I'm sharing this screen. So many of those processes that we did last week, so I just thought of reviewing them. In fact, if they take like 20 minutes, that's okay. We should revise them once. Okay. Manage and manage project work, the approved change requests are going in and the change requests are going out. Right? And then you have the work performance data actually as which is going out from here, and that would be used in monitoring control processes. Right? With this, we are also running a knowledge management process. Right? So in that process, guys, am I audible? Give me a yes quickly in chat window, please. Thank you. Okay. Then to managing the project knowledge, what you are doing is you are preserving the previous knowledge. You are gaining new knowledge and you are controlling it. So it is basically more about your knowledge management, that how you manage the knowledge of the project, update the OPA, lessons learned registers. So those are the things that you are doing execution, right? So every day when you learn something, you go back immediately, put that back into your knowledge management system, maybe a content management system or a repository or somewhere, right? Manage that data. The explicit knowledge and the tacit knowledge, yeah, that's the same thing. The explicit knowledge, these are the things which are easy to pass on. These are documented data, and then have your tacit knowledge. Tacit knowledge is more to do with your experience, your insights, your senses basically. So this is difficult to transfer, right? So that people get with the experience only, right? Insights, yeah, all that. So in process. Now coming back to the monitoring control. Now in monitoring control, you have a couple of processes, right? We call the monitor and control project work. And now in the monitoring controlling project work, you have performance data going in and performance information coming out. Now the same way that we were in the workflow, that we so the data which is going in is 8 cubic meter. Data which is coming out is basically the variance of 2 cubic meter. Now that variance of 2 cubic meters is what? That performance information. So that when you put that into perspective becomes an information. You remember we talked about it? Yeah. So that is what is coming out from there, and of course because of that we also have the change request coming out, right? Now those change requests from monitoring control project work and data to manage project work from both of these areas goes back to the third process in the monitoring control, which is integrated change control. So if you talk about that process, integrated change control, what is happening there is that the change request from monitoring control and from the execution uh, maybe because of because I use the same for us, so maybe something wrong with the maybe internet connection or some other reasons maybe. Yeah, but I'll see. Is that a section? Okay, I'll see that. Okay, but for now I have the only mic. This is the only mic which is available with me. So I'm able, right? So you guys can actually hear me what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, we were at integrated change control. So all the change requests from direct managed project work and from monitoring and controlling project work, both of these are coming down to the third process. The second process of monitoring control in the integration talks about integrated change control. So what you do in that, you cover all of those change requests and follow the process, right? The process that you follow here is about the change management. Basically the ICC, the CCP comes into the picture, right? The control board and the change control mechanism comes into the picture. You do the impact analysis and you present that report to CCP, and the CCP may approve it, may reject it. In both the cases, if the CCP approves it, it becomes an approved change request, goes back as an input to the execution, if you remember, right? If that doesn't, then you communicate that with these stakeholders that, okay, so we had this change request, but it accepted, so we live with it. We need to go ahead with that, right? That is what you do in monitor and control project work. So now with execution, direct managed project work, accept the change request, there was another very important output which was coming out, and those were deliverables, right? You remember, so deliverables as the output from execution process. Now the deliverables gets verified in quality control. Internal verification happens in quality control. As an output of quality control, they become verified deliverables. Now those deliverables, you're going to see that today in this scope. So the deliverables in turn will go as an input for your validation of the scope process. Validation of the scope, it will become approved deliverable, and finally accepted or approved, whatever you wish to call it, right? That approved deliverable actually goes in as an input for the closing process. So when you go into the close process, you would see accepted deliverables are going in input there, right? And as a result, you have the final product, service, or result transition, and also have the OP update, right? So, and final report, close report, submission, all of that happens we're closing the project. So those were 7 processes that we did the last week, I guess, right? And so today we're going to start off with the scope management, and I believe we should be able to complete the scope management today. And if the time permits, we can also start about the schedule management, but I believe it would be optimistic if I say that we can actually start the scheduling today. But I'm hoping to finish the scope. We go are huge processes, right? These are pretty huge processes, and that would all time to understand. We skip. We're going to cover it. Yes, that's a part of controlling the cost. And we did not skip it. It was only one slide which shows you that what a project manager needs to focus. What should be the focus area when he's running the project? Somehow I didn't want you guys to go ahead on the very first chapter, start, you know, working on the earned value analysis. So for that, when we'll go into cost, controlling is nothing but earned value analysis. Yeah. Okay. Problem. Because only one screener there, right? Which is the best technique to remember these 49 processes according to the areas to prepare for the examination? Good question. The best is to start applying those processes into your project, right? This is how you learn it. So when project, the stuff that you do in your project, you just try and connect that to the process map here, and you see there is 100% connection. Right? So if you remember that what you do in your project, you remember that what should be the next process here. There is no way in world that someone can mug those with tools and techniques and outputs. Right? I remember them because I keep on applying those processes into my real life. That's what I believe. Yes, that helps. So I'm just waiting for the classes, the things that we need to update there. Then I'll with that share that with you. So I just did it for the one batch which just got completed. My PMP document goes into monitoring control work process. Okay, that's the update from the execution process. Yeah. Okay. So for which case? Yes, I did, but to learn them take some time to appear in the exam shortly. Yeah. Then in that case, I mean, so come on, just take that process map in front of you and visualize. See, visualization is probably the biggest of the powers that an individual has, right? Which is that you are standing in that project and you take example of any of the projects that you have done, and then and connect that process map with that project. That do you use these processes at what place, at what time, what stage of the project we use those processes, and are they aligning or not? Once alignment part is done, you surely remember those processes. Yeah. In front of your work desk. So that helps, but I don't know. You really mug it or what? Forget. I never mugged it, right? So on the PMP application form, there would be any assistance. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, before you submit that form, you would send the filled form to the team, right? And they would review it and would make sure if there are, they would see if there are changes required. If there are, they would suggest you with those changes. And once you are done with those changes, you will submit those forms. Yeah. The question was, while you are filling up that application form, any support from Simply? My answer is yes. That would review it. We see if there are changes required in that. We would suggest those changes to you and would change them in the application, and then you would submit that. That we provide you. That. Pankaj, help if you can tell some on books and mock exams. I have to have Rita Mulke. You have Rita Mulke ninth, right? Share it with the rest of the people. Yeah, share the people. Bhai that. Right? believe that's a very good book to start off. Then you can go with the head first and the PMBOK. So that should do. We took last half an hour to understand the processes that review the processes that in our last session. I'm going to start off with sharing my screen now, and we're going to start off with the scope management. Scope, as you know, is the base of everything, and this is the first thing that you need to have with you, and then you can build the rest of the things just like cost and schedule and quality, all based on the scope, right? So this is where we're going to start off now. Overall, 6 processes, as I said, 4 are there in the planning, and there are a couple of them in the monitoring control. So we're going to talk about those. I'm going to share screen with you real quick now, and I'm sharing it now. And just let's see my screen. Yeah. Okay. And then camera on, right? So is it Dinesh or what? That see you. All you look good, but I would to switch piece. With lesson number 6, PMP certification training. Lesson number 6, project scope management. The objectives. Define scope. So we can define what scope management is. Differentiate between the project scope and the product scope, right? Identify the key terms used in the project scope management. Explain the work breakdown structure. Now, very important to understand what breakdown structure is, right? Describe the project scope management processes. So these are 5 pointers that we can focus on in this particular chapter. So we're going to start off with the definition of the project scope management, right? Now, what is that? The project scope management includes the processes required to ensure that a project includes all the work required and only the work required to complete the project successfully. Now, very important thing that it says, right? And I hope you guys are making those notes. Says that what the one liner for the scope is all the things required and only the things required. Now that only is bold, like underlined, right? So is that scope? I mean that all the stuff that I need to do, I need to carry out all the activities that I need to perform in order to complete the project, and I would do only that bit, most important part. So no gold plating, no extra work, nothing. So I'm just focused on what is there in my scope, right? And that's all what I'm going to do. So the process includes the processes required to ensure that it includes all the work required and only the work required to complete the project successfully. Now, project scope is primarily concerned with defining and controlling what should be included in the process. So the idea behind this particular chapter is to know the process which can ensure no less. That is what it is. Now, in project management, we have a saying. We saying that goes like, and you might know that, but this is what we say here. We said, as a project manager, I would not give even my fever for free to somebody. So in management, we don't even give our fever for free. We can give the warmth to somebody, so not give it for free. So management is all about nothing, no less, no extra. All which are there in my scope, right? So the statement of work, project statement, we call it the project statement of work. Sorry, the scope statement, right? So whatever is there inside my project scope statement, that is what my project is all about. Whatever there inside my WBS, that is my project is all about. Anything out of the WBS is out of the project. Simple as that, right? So that's intent. The project scope is primarily concerned with defining and controlling what should be included in the project, right? So if you look at the work, typically the work that we do in the project scope management is that we ensure the constant monitoring. So we make that project work is being completed. We monitor that, right? Avoid the scope creep. declare project boundaries to avoid unnecessary addition of this scope, because your customer can come up anytime and say, hey Sachin, can you add this into the scope? I sir, I'm very sorry. Or if I would, then I would do the impact analysis first, and that how much it's gonna cost you in schedule and in terms of cost both, right? So I'm gonna first do impact analysis. So I avoid the scope creep, right? And prevent the gold plating. Now, what gold plating restrict the project work only to define activities and avoid doing more work than required for the project. Should not give even your fever for free. That is what it means. You know, so you should not. Example, if a chap who's a enthusiastic guy in your project, in the development section, he comes back to you and says that here, although the customer didn't ask for it, but have a CC Avenue gateway with us, right? CC Avenue, right? Right? That's a gateway, payment gateway, right? So he said subscription of CC Avenue with us. Why don't we embed that with our projects, with our customers portal? He would be happy to see that now he has a feature wherein the people can pay online. Now, as manager, I need to go back and tell him, son, we cannot do that because this is not a part of the scope. And we do the gold plating, right? So this is called gold plating, guys. So that's a big no in project management. So you cannot do the gold plating. Yeah. You guys give me a chat window, please. Yeah. Okay. Now that scope versus the product scope. Remember the project life cycle and the product life cycle that we talked about? So we have cycle and we have the product life cycle, right? Similarly, plating, don't we want to make the customer happy? Yeah, make the customer happy, but you don't know that whether the customer will be happy or not. Is it a guarantee that the features that you added to make the customer happy? I'll give you a very small example. You see, and that's a live one. That is what happened. So there is a company in here in India, because most of us are from India. Hopefully, so you may be knowing that there is a company called DC. You heard about that name? Yeah. What they do? Yeah, they modify it. My Yep. So these are the. This is a company who modifies the car, and I had you know a Honda City car with me, and I went to them and in Gurgaon, and I said, okay, so you guys can modify that. They said we can, right? And then I gave them the my expectations, right? This is what I want in my car. I want the doors of my car to open like Ferrari. I mean, so they should open wordly, you know, uh, this should have that kind of interior, these kind of sofa, that leather uh, stuff, right? I gave those requirements. Now that's a project for these years, and said, okay, so we're gonna take about 40 days for that, and we so they rendered the design on the computer, and they showed me the computer rendering. I was quite okay with that, right? I said, okay, so I'm going to come back after 40 days and I'm going to take my product, right? And they said, okay, so we'll be charging you $500,000 Indian rupees. I said, okay, so I'll pay you $500,000 Indian rupees for that. So we signed that contract. I handed over my car to them, and I just went. So I'm back after 40 days, and that car, the design is basically a camouflage. So you will not be able to see the car, right? Now, so what happened with that car is that so they did beautiful modifications in that, and but what happened is that in the paint shop there was one chap who was into the painting, right? And he just thought that, I have this other customer said that he still need to retain that white, but I believe that white color, and if I do some artistic painting on the dashboard, or sorry, on the bumper or bonnet of the car, right, that would look really classy, right? And he did that. He again camouflaged it, and he there under the camouflage. So when the customer comes back, when Sachin Goswami goes back and asks for, okay, show me my car, right? And when I move the camouflage, even the project manager is surprised, because also didn't know that, okay, so this chap has done this artistic on the bonnet. Now, as a customer, or as a project team member, this gentleman actually tried to do something good for the for the customer. He thought that the customer would like it, but here in that case, the customer did not like what he did. That's rubbish. I'm not a 70-year-old kid who would drive a car like this. So it doesn't suits my personality. So I'm a 40 plus guy. Come on, man. So I cannot drive a car like this. What? Pokemons all over it, or what? Mickey Mouses? Accept that, right? To redo the entire stuff and do the repainting again and all that stuff, and then it takes another 10 days, and cost them money, and finally they deliver it. The customer accepts it. Now, example, what you understood. The gentleman actually tried to do good for the project. The customer didn't like it. Yeah, so that relating. Yeah, right. And that's why is to be avoided. It was creep. If that would have been a scope creep when Vasu, I go back to DC and say, hey guys, guess what? I want you guys to do some artistic work on a car. That's scope creep, because that was not the part of the initial scope. Now what is opposite? Somebody is trying to put in a few more things just to make the customer happy, and the customer may or may not get happy. So why to take a chance? Why to take a chance, right? And that is why it is to be avoided. So that is the plating, right? So that's an example of that. How manager do, okay, large projects with a big development team ensure that there is no scope creep. The scope creep would always come from, right? So as it is not coming from the customer, it is not a scope creep. If you need to do a few things in order, you missed out a few things at the time of evaluation, that is your fault. That is not customer's fault. So this is not scope creep. That's your bad. You know, who scope creep? Project manager owns it. Yeah, fix that. That's what exactly I'm saying, Cyril. It is scope creep. Fixing a bug is your problem. Scope creep, nor the gold plating. It is fixing your own stuff, right? And requires Rita Mulke, please ping. Okay, you can do that. Can creep come from sponsors too? It may. It may. But again, then the sponsor, Dennis, need to agree on the changes and the impact of the project, and he need to agree on that. Sponsor owns the scope. He doesn't. He does. It is the responsibility of the project manager to make sure that there is no scope creeping. So I show that one client and PM have agreed on scope that the client cannot come back with extra. He can. Who said he cannot? The scope creep, it says avoid scope creep. It says avoid the scope creep. Unnecessary changes. You read this? If it is a necessary change, then you have to add it. Because the impact analysis and to see that what exactly would be the impact on the project, and the customer and you and rest of the stakeholders needs to agree with that, Dinesh. Then you read the definition here. here. My concerning gold plating for a big development team. So that is what you need to do. You need to go back to your project team and you need to give them very clear instructions. The guys nothing about the scope one in the project, right? Nothing. If you have that, you should not do that. Is from the outside, but please understand the difference. Dennis, if you say that, okay, because you did a wrong calculation, and because of that wrong calculation, now this product is not usable, and now in order to make product usable, I need to do these changes. What is Dennis? The customer's fault? Yeah? No. Project team, correct? So this creep, right? Are the necessary changes that you need to do. And you need to be your customer and say, I'm going to do these couple of things, but because of my own fault, and on me. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to make sure that the product is useful. And I'll give you the delivery. Then I'll come for the addition. You know. So these that you do the project scope management, guys. So we ensure the constant monitoring. If creep comes from the customer, he has to pass through the CCB. Has to pass through the CCB. Request, it has to go to CCB. Or in fact, if there is no CCB, then go to the ICC integrated change control and see who are the people who sits there. In smaller project, it can be as straightforward as your project manager, as your project sponsor. So go back to your project sponsor, you take an approval. So that can also be done. In other organizations, you may have a steering committee. In other places, you might have a CCB. You might have a complete change control board. That depends on the kind of organization, kind of project that you're working again. Right. So then on that. Yeah. Okay. So guys, let's go to the project scope and the product scope. Now the project scope and the product scope. The difference is that product scope are basically the features that characterizes that product, service, or result. Just like it is, for example, in banking sector, like savings account and mutual funds are called product. So the features that these products have is called the scope of that product. My savings account gives me 6% of interest, where your saving account may give you 4% of interest. Now that 6% of interest is my feature of this particular product. The product is savings account. Now that comes under the scope of that product, that this product should give 6% interest to the customer. Right? One of the parts of the scope, that is called the product scope. If you read the definition, so the product scope refers to the features and functions that characterize a product, service, or result, right? So any product that you have, just like your iPhone, so that can run the iTunes, that has the Apple Play stores, and that can show temperatures outside, that can give a warning, alerts, all that, right? So now these features that attend the call, that can read the text messages, the pictures, the photos, right? All of that. These are the These are the features that characterizes iPhone, right? Now these are the product scope components for iPhone, right? iPhone as a product have these components which are called the scope of the product. If understood, all of us, give me a yes in the chat window, please. Scope, guys. Now, scope refers to the work performed to deliver the product, service, or result with the specified features and functions. Project scope is often inclusive of the product scope. What it is saying now here is the difference between the project scope and the product scope is, now when you are making that product, when you are making that savings account, that that particular product, right? Whatever are the things that you need to carry out comes under the project scope. Yeah. So the scope refers to the work performed
to develop product, service, or result with the specified features and functions. Now, the scope is often inclusive of the product scope because if you deliver that product, that would definitely have 6% of interest, right? Now, where you covered it, where you covered it in the work that needs to be performed in order to deliver that product. So eventually, if you talk about it, basically when the how do you say that? Yes. So the work that you are supposed to be doing in order to complete that project would so definitely include the features of the product, right? So it is often included in that. So that's the difference between the project scope and the product scope. Now, for an example, to deliver a product, requirement and design documents have to be produced, right? Now, this is a part of the project scope and not the product scope, right? So that's the difference between scope and the product scope. Is that understood to all of us? No, no. From the perspective of work, that is opposite. So it is said that a product life cycle may go through multiple project life cycles, which is very true. Making a product itself, when you are designing that product, right? The project scope you have for that would cover all the features of that product. You agree here? That's right now. That's called the project scope and the product scope. Yeah. Okay. So that now let's come back to the definition of WBS. What breakdown structure? Now, what is work breakdown structure? Let us understand a few things about that. You see, what happens is how a project starts. A1, you have a project charter. So you prepared that project charter. Then you did the identification of the stakeholders. So you have that stakeholder register with you. Now you went back to the planning and you started making a Microsoft project plan. What is the first thing that you're going to do when you start planning for the project? What is the first thing on the scope, right? You start the scope. Now, who gives you the scope? Scope. The scope, customer, stakeholders, project charter, customer, project manager. Now, here's anything. Yeah, Padmati. Ah, now she an intern girl. Yes, girl. Yep. So the thing is, nobody scope, neither nor the sponsor. Requirements. You understand this? And he gives you the requirements, the expectations, what they need from the project, and those requirements, those requirement documentation is you, the project manager, who prepares the scope. Because all the things required and all the things required, how would you on earth would come to know that those things until unless you have those requirements with you? You agree here? Yeah. Now, come if you hold the same line, if you hold the same story, right? So when the project started, let's say, so what was my project? My project was I had a piece of land of 100 acres, right? I wanted to build a house on that. That was it, and I gave it to a contractor, a city contractor guy. Say Dinesh. Dinesh is my contractor. He has like four and couple of masons. He's a small time, so he makes small buildings. And he said, okay, so I can do that project for you. And okay, so what do you need from me? He's the project manager. Dinesh is the project manager of my project, right? So he will come back to me and say, okay, so what do you need? So what else? What exactly you require? How many rooms that you need? And what of a thing you want? You want the wooden flooring? You want the marble flooring? You want tiling? What exactly you want on the floorings? How you want the ceilings to be? The color of the walls? He asks for those. Now, they're what, guys? These are the requirements, correct? he is collecting those requirements so that he can go back and analyze those requirements and see what all things needs to be included in his project scope. Correct? Then he's done with the scope. He would have all the scope. Now visualize that. So once you take the requirements, and what you're going to do for the requirements, you're going to give them questionnaires, surveys, interviews, prototypes. You would use on research. You would do a lot of stuff, right, in order to collect the precise requirements from the customer or the stakeholders. Once it's with you, you can come back, sit with your team, and you would say, okay, so if the customer is asking, just like on day one, we said, you came back to me and you said, give me Amazon.com. Now, when they give you Amazon.com, what all are the things that we need to in order to fulfill the requirements? Arun, that means. When I said that, you guys came back to me and you said, can you make Amazon.com for us? And I said, okay, so I can do that. Now, if you only tell me that give me Amazon.com, can I actually prepare that for you? No, I need I cannot do that on a high level requirement. So I need further requirements from you so that I can, prepare my scope, right? So I'm going to come back on my business analysis. Nowadays, we have this, smart looking gentleman with a kind of white shirt, he look pretty smart. He go customer and ask for those requirements. Anybody who's working as a business analyst here can come saying, yeah, go ahead. Okay, analysis, then you can connect to what I'm saying here, right? So you customer and you say, okay, so what are the requirements, right? Um, this customer of yours tells you, what do you use for that? You use questionnaire, you have surveys, you have templates, correct? You use tools and techniques, right? And you collect that data, you come back, you prepare those wonderfully looking Visio charts, and I never understood those Visio charts prepared by my business analysis, right? Understood them, right? So you make those wonderfully looking videos, and you then share those with me and say in turn that I need to share that with the people in my team, right? And neither my people understand that what is written in that, right? So now this is what is happening here is that you are actually, so what you're actually you're getting the requirements first, right? Uh, so the customer gives you those requirements. You sit with your project team, so you sit with your business analysis, your team, and yourself, and you decide that okay, so check if we need to give him the payment gateway. All are the things that we need to do. Give him the payment gateway, and we read that process. Okay, so we need this, and we jog it down, right? So at the end of that exercise, we have the project scope with us. Now, the output document that we're going to have at that point of time, of that discussion that we had, it is called the project scope statement. Now, you would have all the scope of the project and visualize it, and I'll help you in visualization. How you would visualize that? You visualize it like an orb in the sky. It is an orb in the sky which is hanging on your head. Why of the work? Right? I gave you the requirements, you defined the scope, and scope is huge. Is it manageable? Can you manage the scope like an orb in the sky? It's too much, right? You manage that. So what you gonna do then? You get orb into sky in the sky. You're gonna break it down, yeah, to the smaller and more manageable pieces. You see? Basically, rather than an orb in the sky, you would want to see something like a bunch of grapes. Can you visualize a bunch of grapes now? Now, set of grapes have the deliverables. Those have those deliverables though, but rather it is better than an orb in the sky. So single unit is difficult, and breaking it down into more manageable, smaller components, just like a bunch of grapes, that is what exactly is the WBS. Now you relate to this. What is that's the bunch of grapes which you get after decomposing your entire scope statement, right? Is that you guys able to connect to me? Can you visualize that with me, guys? Here, that because that's going to help you. Okay. Deliverable oriented. Now that there you go. It's a deliverable oriented. You guys need to remember one thing very very clearly here, that the WS does not give you the activities. It only and only the deliverables. Now, difference between a deliverable and an activity. Difference. This is the outcome, the output that you want to achieve. So it is the first unit of deliverable. It's called work package. We'll come to the work packages. To deliver the project, scope plan, what you want to have it in the scope. Yeah, not precisely, but yes, that's very close. Mr. Goel. Yeah. Here is a sort of product or end result of several activities. Now I can actually, explain that here. I don't know if you can hear the thumping right now, but I'm actually thumping my hand onto the wall which is near me. Now this wall right here. I wish you could see me. I'm banging my hand on this wall right now. Now this wall is a deliverable to achieve from my project, right? Now, to achieve that deliverable, I need to do specific visual events, right? The actions that you carry out in order to achieve the deliverable is called activity. So what I need to do in order to achieve this deliverable, the wall, brickwork, I need to do the plaster, I need to do the painting. When I complete these three individual activities, I get the output result of deliverable of the wall. Now, wall is the deliverable. Are we able to connect here? Yeah, that's deliverable result of the activities. In definition, I include high level what all we want to have to deliver. For example, to build a wall, I need cement bricks, etc., etc., etc. Detail will correct, but nothing to do with the schedule right now. Nothing to do with the cost right now. On what needs to be done. We are focusing right now on what needs to be done. That's all. To be planned, yes, Cyril. So we need to plan them. Deliverable-oriented functional decomposition of the project scope of work into hierarchical group elements, right? It's here the WBS reflects the scope baseline of the entire project. Anything which is not a part of this WBS, it is not a part of the project, guys. So it's not incorporated in WBS, are not a part of the project. WBS is prepared with the team's buy-in. Now, what do we mean by team's buy-in? That is consensus with the team, right? So you prepare the WBS, you prepare it with the consensus of the team. So team need to buy WBS, right? These are the people who's going to work on that, right? During decomposition, each level should be complete. It should include all the work in project before decomposing any further. Now, what it means? It means that when you divide the first layer, it should be from start to finish, complete project. When you go to the second layer, there are more details into second layer, more subdivisions, but that should again have a complete project in itself, right? So from this the second level of deliverables to the finish of the second level of deliverable, it should complete and the entire project. And similarly, whenever you go down, that increased level of complexities, but covering the entire project. This is how they needs to be distributed. Now, do you understand what it is saying here is deliverable on a few of them? Yes. Each level should be complete. It should include all the work project before decomposing further. Do we understand what this means, guys? I can actually give you an example here. Yeah, let's do that. Just, you know, like open up that Excel that we were using. So I'll just open it now. G. I guess that's the one that we were preparing. Yeah. Oh, let's get an example. Right. Okay. Let's stop here. Right. But deliverables can be further broken down. They can be. You reach to the last level. The level of deliverable is called the work package, Dennis. So your idea should be that your scope should contain work package level data. Down further. I'll come to it. Just give me a second. You see, say we are talking about scope, right? Scope is what? All things, right? And only bolded underline things required. Deliverables is not all the deliverables. Some of the deliverables can be the milestones. I'll just come back to it. No worries. You see, a scope is all the things required and all the things required, and have a project. Say this was my project. So piece of land that I have in here. So I'm just going to okay center, and I'll put it here. And that example, that's 100 square yard land. So that's what I is. I'm gonna make a house on that, right? That's my project. So I need that for my kids. I'm not doing it for commercial purpose, right? So the project right here. So I'm gonna highlight that. Yeah, that's the one, right? Now I need to complete this project. I'm gonna give it to some vendor, right? Who would do that for me, because I'm not a contracting specialist, right? So I would hire a contractor who make that house, right? Now, when this contractor comes in, I give him the requirements. Correct. So what I do is here is I'll give the requirements to him. Now, based on those requirements, the contractor would prepare a scope statement. So it goes like this. So I have requirement, contract. What's that? Require scope. So let's scope statement. Project scope statement. Now, what is this project scope statement? I said is the orb in the sky. Yeah. Look. Correct. Now, once that orb in the sky with you use that as an input. You take our project scope statement, which is, so I'm gonna make bold. statement. So just to highlight that, make it. Now the statement will go as an input for the WBS, right? So project scope statement goes in. Then you get the entire project scope statement. Like for an example here, in my project, some project was house construction, right? So if I go here, say, and this, the project, that's the complete scope. Then I need to prepare a house for my customer. If he divide that into very first level, you see what would be the divisions. He, let's say I would start with the earthwork, then after finishing, then I was then all development, right? Are the five external, the spelling external. Okay, now look at these elements ranging from the artwork to structure to all these pointers, right? Now if you look at this, you will see that that complete project in itself, right? So you start with the artwork, then you do the structure, then you finish that, then you do the services, then you do the external development, and there you go. You have your project with you. You understand? They're very high level, but this is an entire project itself, correct? So when you go to the second level, and this presentation is saying, that's the reason I came back to this slide here, right? When come up, that may have more complexity, that may have a further bifurcation, right? But that would again be a complete project in itself. Like artwork, artwork, the artwork, so there's no subdivision to it. So I would have the activities later on or the deliverables later on. Now structure can be divided into two parts. Now what can be those parts? So if I start a column, okay, and a structure, I would do structure and structure. Now these which are part of the structure. So I'm gonna merge structure here. Okay. So see the bifurcation happened. Now for finishing, I in fact have a lot of this thing, right? So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say 4 of these, right? For finishing, these are the. So what are the things I'm gonna do in finishing? So doing the brickwork, I'll do the flooring, all the others as well, MS, SS work, stone, pretty much. Flow. What happens is that this finishing, that work, that here, and margin center. Okay. So all this, yeah, but the intent is, Dennis, is just to explain only these two levels. Because I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that exactly we mean that with every level it is more elaborate imperative but completes the covers the entire project plan. Similarly, when it comes to services now, so you have the electrical services and your services. So say I write electrical and development can again be external development. Now, if you look at this structure now, guys, so home construction was one, 5 elements. We'll do the earthwork, then we'll do the structure, then we'll do the finishing, then we'll do the services and the external level. Complete project, right? Now, next level is more elaborated, which says that do the earthwork, then we'll do the substructure and then the superstructure, which completes the structure work. Then brickwork, plaster, paint, and flooring, which covers the flooring, which covers the finishing. Then we electrical and plumbing services, which completes the or covers the services. Then we'll do the external development. Now, isn't that still a complete project? But yes, you understand, right? Okay, is exactly what this is saying here. Here, that during decomposition, if I get here, okay, definition is requirement what all you need to deliver WBS. How exactly bingo, that is okay. So deposition, each level should be complete. It should include all the work in the before decomposing any further, right? Decomposition should be done until the lowest work unit can be logically subdivided further. This is called work package, right? Okay, makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, pretty much, Dennis. Yes. Okay. So what it is here is it is defining what a WBS work package is. Work package, if the definition, if you want the definition goes something like this. So the last level of deliverable from where it cannot be logically further subdivided. For example, if you have wall 1 and I'm tapping my hand on the wall again, right? So I have wall 1 as one of the deliverables. A point, you know, divide that into wall 1.1 and wall 0.2. No, because level. See, you can unlikely you can go like 1.1, 1.2, and 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 as well, but there's no logic. Yeah, I mean, so there has to be the logic behind the granularity that we want to go that granular, right? So what is wall 1? I cannot break it down. I can 1.1, 1.2. Doesn't make sense, right? That's called the last level of deliverable, ladies and gentlemen, and that is called the work package, right? WS is a deliverable oriented decomposition and should contain only the deliverables, not the activities. Bingo. Did you hear that before? Yeah, that a deliverable oriented structure does include the activities, right? WS is part of the project scope based along with the project scope statement and WBS dictionary. Now, WBS dictionary is a document. It can be a Word document or an Excel one, whichever you want to keep. It has the details about all those deliverables. That is called WBS dictionary. A very important document to manage in the project. Why? Because it would help rest of the people to that what all were the deliverables and what are we supposed to be doing in those deliverables. Yeah. And where find very detailed steps, for example, okay. Yes. Activity. Cut the fit part on the roof, etc., etc. These are all, Mr. Goel. These are the activities. We'll come back to the activities. Dictionary is the specific actions that you need to carry out in order to complete or achieve the deliverable. The dictionary has the details, Vasu, about the deliverables. It would have the details about the wall. knock out the work plaster and paint. WBS you the dictionary of all the deliverables that you need to achieve. Yes, is part of the project scope baseline along with the project scope statement. Now, what is project scope statement, guys? You remember? The statement is the complete scope, right? Down into the WBS. Now, the concept-based questions on work breakdown structure can be expected in the examination, and that's why we have those 3 slides talking about WBS, which continues. WBS defines the total project work. If deliverable is not a part of the WBS, it is not a part of the project. As I said earlier, ascending level of WBS represents an increasingly detailed definition of the project work to be performed. Okay, what the scope statement is? The scope statement, although Cyril, we're going to come to that point when we will be in defining the scope. But yes, it's that 3 steps basically, right? So the first step is where customer gives you the requirement. That's the step number 1, right? Now, 2 is based on that requirement, you define that what needs to be done in this project. That's all the project scope statement, Cyril. Now, based on project scope statement, you prepare a WBS because scope statement is so huge, which becomes unmanageable for a project manager to manage it as a single unit. You cannot do that, right? And that's why you distribute that. Yeah, manageable. Can you please give an example that differentiate between the scope plan and scope definition? So scope plan, are you talking from the perspective of the processes? The scope plan and scope definition? Yes? Just stay with me. Give me come back to that. Okay. Each descending level of the WBS represents an increasingly detailed definition of the project work to be performed, right? The WBS is the foundation of the project task definition, resource and performance planning, cost estimating, budget control, project tracking, progress tracking, and success reporting. So if you remember, I said the only sequence is, somebody asked that question to me in the morning today, right? So if there is sequence, I said no. Act of the scope. The moment of the scope, you can start working on the schedule. You can start working on the cost, on the quality. Did that? You remember that word, right, guys? This is actually precisely what the last point is saying here. The definition of the project definition, resource, and the performance planning, cost estimating, control, tracking, and the status reporting, right? How would you progress? How do you do the progress tracking if you don't have the schedule? Yeah? Okay, no problem. For a complete decomposed project, each work package should have a single purpose. Now, that the things becomes very, very interesting. So what it's saying is that, the moment you deliver that or you go to the next level, it gives you more complexities, and that should complete a complete project. That should have a complete project. Now, to keep on, dividing that or decomposing that, as long as you reach to the work packages. It's defining here what a work package means to you. So it is saying the work package, it should have only a single purpose. Now there are multiple people who would be working on the work, but it's a single purpose. Be imposed until it does not make sense to decompose it further. Just like I said, wall 1.1, 1.2 doesn't make any sense to me. Limitable with high degree of accuracy. So the estimates, should be accurate about those. Should be on that level wherein it can easily be and accurately be measured. For the estimation and contain clearly understood deliverables or the work product. So what exactly we want from them should be very, very clear. That what would if I'll do that particular that would deliver me this thing. So that be a very clear this thing, right? So these are the 3 slides about the WBS, guys. A lot of questions would come from WBS in the examination. So you need to focus because this is all about project scope, baseline, right? So for that, is it not foundation for schedule also? It is. Okay, that's an old question, right? Okay. So moving terms that we use in this particular chapter. So we talk about the WBS and WBS dictionary. So WBS is the hierarchical decomposition of total project scope of work to be carried out by the project team to accomplish the project objectives and to create the required deliverables. I just gave you an example that I prepared in front of you for my house, right? So we on the level 2, we can similarly go to level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. And if you want, I can actually go back and, complete that Excel. But, for WBS are very, very specific to the projects, right? So for every single project, you might have, as per the requirements, the WBS can also vary, from one similar project to the other similar project as well. That's very, very specific things, right? Kaushik? Yeah. So hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of the project to be carried out by the project team to accomplish the objectives to create the required deliverables. Now, WS Dictionary is a document that provides detailed deliverables, activity, and the schedule information about each component in work down structure. Right? So that's the holy book. So when it comes to WBS, the dictionary is the holy book to that, right? Project scope statement is now. This is what I kept talking about in the entire chapter. The project scope statement is the total amount of work that you need to do in the project. So it says the project scope statement is the description of the scope, major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints that describes the project's deliverables in detail. So detailed description of all the deliverables of the project comes under the project, and the scope statement would take the documentations as the input accounts. Now, a management control point where scope, budget, actual cost, and schedule are integrated to and compared to a value for performance measurement. When it project WBS or a further activity breakdown as well, right? You notice that when you monitor it, when you do the variance analysis, you exactly do not do it on last level. Certain level, on that level you want to track it rather than. So what I'm saying here is, you would probably not want to track it at that who is doing that work, not on that level. Probably you would want to, just like for an example, I'll give you an example of that. So that may very well happen that, okay, so I'm going to minimize this for just a second. Okay. Yeah. So back to our Excel. So I am tracking my project when I'm so in at level I would have substructures and superstructures. Similar in finishing, I have the brickworks and plasters and paints. Now when I break it down further, I also have plaster as an internal plaster and external plaster. Then a further breakdown of internal plaster would be the room 1 plaster, the room 2 and room 3 and room 4 plaster. Then a further breakdown would be in room 1, wall 1, wall 2, wall 3, wall 4 plaster. You know what I'm saying? So when I break it down, that becomes more complex, right? But when I start tracking that project, I not want to track it on wall 1. I have to track it on the internal plaster and external plaster level. That my internal plaster should have been completed in 15 days. Where I stand today? Understand what I'm saying? Is the wall 1 plaster completed? How much internal plaster we have done? That gets decided by the project manager and project sponsors, So that's basically a decision that you take at what level you want to track it. And all the control accounts, guys. Control accounts. Is that good? Like level of normalization, that is not. tracking it? Yes, Ganpati. Just here. Rather than tracking my plastering, wall one plaster level, probably want to track it on the level of internal plaster. Details of that one, how much wall 1 is done, how much wall 2 is done, how much wall 3 is done, how much wall 4 is done. I simply say because room 1 is 50%, room 2 is 20%, room 3 is 10%, room 4 is again 10%. The overall internal plaster is right now 30%, right? So I would probably track it on the internal plaster level rather than that much of detailed level, right? Now it's called control account. All of us. No pointer for the budget as well. So when we'll come to the earned value, we actually track our project and manage our earned values on the level of control accounts only. Yeah. Okay. Achievements of the project are the intermediate points which comes in between those control accounts. So milestones makes one control account, maybe. So that, yeah. Now to the again. WPS dictionary project scope is the project scope statement is the description of the project scope, major deliverables, assumptions, constraints that describes the deliverables in detail, right? Control account, a management control point where the scope, budget, as cost and schedule are integrated to compare values and performance measurement. Now, you see that it is not only talking about the schedule here; it is also talking about the cost. It is also talking all the factors that we consider while we are calculating our earned values, right? So when we'll go to the control cost, controls is defined in which document? No, control accounts are not defined in any other separate document except of WBS itself. So we do that inside our WBS only. Padma. Okay. To example of WBS. Now, that is what can actually give you a fair bit of idea about control accounts. You see, a new core banking software development. I'm coming to control account again, Chandra. Just focus on the screen now. A core banking software is being developed. The entire project. Now, where you see this written, new core banking software development, it is called the project scope statement. Can you this project at this level? Give me a yes. At this level? No, not. You say, okay, so this is the entire work of new core banking software development. You'll not be able to control that. Then you decide to break it down into smaller main, more manageable components, correct? And you divided that into requirement documentation, design, architecture, code, testing, and go live. So first level of WS, but this contains the entire project in itself, isn't it? Correct. Now further break it down to the second level. Like, so you have the requirement documentation first, that this is design and architecture in which you have the models and the prototypes. Now you distributed that into the next level. Then you have coding, you have work product 3.0. I mean, so they can have different. Then you have testing work product 4.1, 4.2. Then you have go live installer and warranty sheets. Right. Now it's the second level of deliverables. We can actually go to the third level, the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth. So that's upon how big our project is, how complex project is. Now, out of these, like to track the project at the level of work products, just like work product 3.2, 4.2, work sheets, or you would like to run the project at the level of design, architecture, code, test, and go live. right? So that would be decided by you and the sponsor, that what is the level where you want to actually track this project, at the activity level or at the account level. So in this case, the control accounts are requirement documentation, design and architecture, code, test and go live. That can be only possible control account here, because it doesn't have any further division. So if you have any further division, that you can go with the control accounts as well. But here the control accounts are design, architecture, code, test and go live. What control accounts are, guys? This is where you want to track the project, or actually track it to the prototype WP 3.2, 4.2 and warranty sheet level as well. Now in case that becomes your control account level, at what level you want to track this project. So if activities, I cannot track project for 3,000 activities. I actually tracking it on 200 activities only, which are full activities, or a fairly relative detail level of activities. Correct? Thank you, Chandra. That scope management processes now. Now the processes that we have are for the planning and come in the monitoring control, right? So overall 6 processes: plan management, collect requirement, define scope, and create the WBS. These are the 4 that we've been talking about from the last 1 hour now. Because things that I've been telling you, that the business analysis goes, collect the requirement, we scope, and then we convert that scope statement into WBS. The same process that we can read in terms of processes now, right? We would validate the scope and the control the scope, right? So we can start the project scope, plan the scope management. Now this is not plan scope, this is plan scope management. So don't read it as some me the difference between plan scope and define scope, right? So you asked that because you got confused between, so please read it as plan scope. It is plan management, the process basically. Just like schedule management, the schedule, you see that? That's the same here. Don't worry. You know. So it is now scope management is the process of creating a scope management plan that documents how the scope process will be defined, validated, and controlled. Now somebody can illustrate that process for me, please. So what did you say to read between the lines, guys? And this is the very first management process, so you need to focus here. What I'm saying here is that it is basically a document which how the project scope will be defined, validated, and will be controlled. What that means, right now in this process we are doing nothing. In the future, you understand? So where all these represents a future tense, right? So this is how the project will demonstrate or will be defined, validated, will be controlled. So what we are doing, what is the use of that document? It is to write the modus operandi that you're gonna have for scope management. Would you need such a document? Tell me. So that's the Word document. That how find, how it will be validated, how it will be controlled. Right? Now we work in dynamic world, right? When there's no surety about anything. Yeah, the first reason, Mr. Goyal, thank you for that. The reason is that we work in a very volatile world. So suppose I started a project, say 6 months, but I'm working on the project, and some of the competition, some competitor, competing company in the market actually hunts me on state of the price. So I would be leaving, right? Now when I leave that and I give a handover to some other project manager. Now this new project manager, say Mr. Goyal, right? Mr. Goyal would have real difficult time explaining what all things that we took in scope, what is right now, how we are validating, how we are controlling that scope. You agree on that? Be like just shaking hand with Mr. Goyal and say, you take care of the project from today onwards. I'm going. Thank you. We would have a challenging time, isn't it? Right? This document, the project scope management is barely for Mr. Goyal or people who joins the party late. This is so that they go back and refer that how it was validated, how it was defined, and how it was controlled. You understand? Is that make sense to you? Yeah. Document that we keep with ourselves. This is also called a guidance document, a principal guidance document, which defines that how these things will be done in the project. Right? Very helpful when it comes to huge projects, bigger projects. If working on smaller projects, guys, just like a project which is for 6 months or 5, relatively smaller project, that really don't need to have scope management plan as a separate document. It will be a component within your project management plan. Project management plan consider all of these things, right, as input. Scope management plan can very well be a part of your project management plan rather than making it separate if the project is small, if the project is not so huge, right? But if you have a big project like 50, 100,000 or what, $5,000 project or $10,000 project, right? For those projects, you might want to have a separate scope plan so that you know that if somebody comes and joins the party late, he should be able to understand the things from here, right? Plan itself will be like scope but all, right? And how it the input of scope it should be reverse scope and output to the very good question, Mr. Goyal. I'll just back to that. Just give me 30 seconds. I'm coming to that. Yeah. Yes. As an input. I didn't come to the inputs. Come on, guys. Let me come there. Then only I can explain why these things are there. I was just explaining you the definition right now. Okay, no problem. That happens. You guys were excited. So, okay. So the input are project charter, project management plan, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA. So he asked me, why do we have a project charter as an input for the scope management plan? Why? Because it has the high level scope. So to your project charter, means level of scope. Now can be a very good starting point for the project manager to further define that based on the high level scope that we have, the rest of the scope will be defined, how it will be validated, and how it will be controlled. You agree on that? That's why it's an input. Now, to the project management plan, Mr. Goyal's part. The project management plan should have been gone out as an update from here. Right. But you see what happening right now is this project management plan is right now blank. At the time of scope planning, the management plan is almost blank. It has nothing, right? So we are taking it here because it has a few components from the initiation, which are about the stakeholder register and a few components of the project charter. Now, the stakeholder register components which are there also have stakeholders' expectations. Based on those expectations, I can actually prepare, or those expectations can actually help me in preparing my scope, right? And that's the reason as to why I have project management plan as an input here. That makes sense to you, Mr. Goyal? Then you guys environmental factors and the OPA for obvious reasons, right? Going in. And then judgment, the data analysis and meetings. Now, expert judgment, again, you can ask for the expert's opinion, right? You can meet the people. Data analysis is right now nothing here. Because what all we are doing is we are getting all those analysis tools which will be used for defining or getting or controlling the scope. all of that would come later. Right now, what we are doing is we are just making a laundry list of all the data analysis points that we use and put that into the scope management plan. So basically, from the process, we have a couple of outputs. One is the scope plan, the other one is the requirement management plan. Right now, what difference between these two? Now, management plan is which is to in letting you know that how was the strategy to define, validate, and control the scope. Where requirement management plan is a separate modus operandi on how would you manage the requirements given by the customer, whether requirement traceability metrics, you would prepare the requirement documentations, what all are the components that you're going to keep in the requirement documentation, would you trace them, how to assign the owners to those requirements, what all stages you would go back and recheck that whether these requirements are a part of your scope or not. All that would be any for what control. Control. Come back to control. We'll talk about controlling. The project plan is that happened in integration management, right? Monitor and control project work. Our last class. So I couldn't understand your question though. So what is exactly the question? Control asking this. Scope. So we have those processes. The scope, controlling the scope. We'll come back to that. Don't worry. Stay with me. Okay. So we have the project scope management plan with us, and we have the requirement management plan. I just explained you what both of these things would do. Again, I'm telling you again, if the project is not too huge, if it is not a $1 million project, you actually have to make them as separate documents. You can actually make them as a part of your project management plan. Is that process understood to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah. Don't we have update here? Management plan is subsidiary plan, isn't it? It's a subsidiary plan only and only if you have a huge project. This is what I said right now, right? So if you are making it as a separate one, you can keep it as a separate one. Otherwise, it's part of the project management plan. You see, what happen is that what the final scope, just like when you have your scope statement based which you define your WBS, that WBS in turn gives you an output of the scope baseline, and that scope baseline actually goes back to the project management plan. To say, to understand it like this. You know what I'm here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Scope management. Move on to collecting the requirement. Now, requirement. Where is the gentleman? I said the gentleman with the tie and smart guy, the business analyst. Some of us was a business analyst, right? So, now this chap is gonna go and collect those requirements, because when someone tells you that give me Amazon.com, you cannot simply give him Amazon.com. You need more requirements. You need to ask for more requirements, right? So collect requirement is the process of determining, documenting, and managing the stakeholders' needs, requirements to meet the project objectives. It belongs to the planning process group. So what do you need here? You take the project management plan, you take the project charter, you take the project documents, agreements, enterprise environmental factors, and OPA. Now, project charter, for obvious reasons, because that has already a high level of requirement, high level of stakeholder requirement is there inside the project charter. The project management plan again have the expectations and the requirements of the stakeholders who identified at the time of initiation, which were updated into your project management plan. So that project documents are any documents that you have, maybe agreements, maybe vendor licenses, maybe and documents that you have, and documents are the same that you took as a base for project initiation. Those documents, you taking agreements with the customer or the contractors, right? OEF. Now, why are you taking so many of those inputs? Because project manager become a business analysis, or sometimes BA doesn't have the tech expertise. You guys, it is no surprise that you asked it. I'm a project manager and a business analyst. So, analysis is a term which creeped out in the last a decade or so, only last 10 years. Before that, there was no business analysis. It was only the project manager who used to do that, right? So we used to do that for our projects. So I don't have a business analysis. I'm just talking about the free companies nowadays. They have this, gentleman with a tie. So at all the project managers who used to do that. So your assist can very well be your project manager, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Mr. Goel. Okay, have those inputs going in. Then in collecting the requirements, you use your expert judgment, decision making. Decision means the group decision making, group creativity techniques. We'll come back to group decision making, creativity techniques from the next chapter or in the same chapter itself. So don't worry. Right? Data gathering techniques. So data gathering is what? When you do the research and you identify that for this particular type of for Amazon.com similar website, what are these things that I require to complete in the project? So you get those requirements from there by doing the gathering. Context diagrams, so you use those diagrams which are given to you by the customer, right? The details of those to identify the requirements from there. You also use your data representation techniques, which are bars, charts, graphs, pivots, other analysis data that you represent to your customer so that he can suggest you a few things that, and that becomes your requirement for the project. Analysis now, data analysis is called alternative generation. Please make a note here. Data and collect requirement is alternative generation. So you can see if then alternate technique. Sorry. So this is the collect requirement process. So alternative generation is in the defining the scope. So bad. So the requirement data analysis part is questions and surveys. So the data analysis part is questionnaires and surveys. So we do that survey and we analyze the results of those surveys. So you must have heard about it. So you have the post polling surveys, right? Which how many number of seats this particular political party is going to get, the results would be out. You must have seen, right? Now what? Then of the data analysis techniques. So they collect the data from you and then they analyze that data and come up with a research and result, correct? That is called collecting the requirement. That is not alternative generation. Not just that, is like giving them questionnaires and surveys, right? So it gives the survey form to anybody who comes out after giving the vote, right? You hand over a form to him, he fills that form, gives it back to you. You go back to office, you see those 10,000 forms and see what all people are saying, right? And you prepare results based on that, right? Requirement analysis, and I see it really in line objective of the charter. Yes. Data analysis is the same thing, right? So the data is your questionnaires and surveys analysis, basically. Yeah. Okay. Interpersonal and the team skills and prototype. Now, what do we mean by prototype? If is doing a new project for some customer, Honda Robotics, I'm talking about here, right? They show their miniature robots to the customer and they say, okay, so our robot right now can tilt his neck like this, move his hand like this. What do you want from this robot, right? And the customer gives some inputs on, okay, so I want him to twist his hand like this as well, right? So, or he should also be walking, right? So, those prototypes are nothing but out of the box that you have, right? Show them those offerings and they suggest some changes and some customization into that. Then the requirement of the project, right? So these tools and techniques documentations and the requirement traceability. So the outputs, Shanti, yes, not as a showpiece, but this is something which is actually working. That's the miniature maybe of the actual product which can actually work. Just like when you work on a web development firm and a customer comes to you, you show him some of the samples of the existing pages developed, right? So you show them, and then, since you also call it the POC, the proof of concept. Yeah, you POC, you show it to the customer, and based on that, you get a feedback that becomes your requirement of the project. Yes, so you by various different names. So what are the outputs, guys? Now, requirement documentation, you have the requirement traceability matrix. Now, requirement traceability matrix is an Excel sheet which tells you that when you add a requirement, where in what reference document you added that requirement, then when you were coding or designing your software, in which module you incorporated that, when doing the SIT, what test number that you tested this requirement on, and it was the UAT, on what test number you gave it to the user for testing. So the complete map or complete trace of requirement which was given to you, that is called requirement traceability matrix. I'm going to show you an example of that in a bit. I'm going to show you an example of that. So that the process of collecting the requirement, is that understood to all of us? Yeah. Okay. See, the scope management plan and the requirement management plan, then you took those documents, you came to requirement, gathering the requirement, and now you have requirement documentation with you, and you also have the requirement traceability matrix with you. So, we are making only the POCs, not for free software. Yeah, nowadays, at least. So, that collecting the requirement. Moving on to defining the scope, ladies and gentlemen. So what do you do when you define the scope? Okay, before that we have a business scenario. Let's read this scenario. I want to ask one question. What is in scope input for collecting the requirement? What scope? What scope? We don't right now. So how can that go collecting the requirement? Out the scope management plan. So management plan is going there. If you see it is a part of that. Okay, let's read a business scenario, and you guys need to tell me. Yeah, can we have that after the business scenario? Let's do the scenario first, and then take a break, right? So Jana is a project manager with Blue Art Software Development and Web Design Company. A large global customer contacts the company to design the software that would allow them to capture service requests from thousands of potential clients, track the existing projects, right? Gina has never worked on a project of size. I mean, so that's a huge project for her, right? Has successfully completed a similar project on the similar scale, right? On smaller scale. Then Gina feels confident about her ability to lead the project and will utilize historical information from her previous project to plan for this initiative. During the plan process, Gina and her team conduct interviews and surveys and facilitate workshops to collect the necessary requirements needed to complete the project scope of work. They use these requirements to design and build the software system. Unfortunately, during the final user acceptance testing of the software, which is required for customer sign-off, product team discovers that the software design will not support the performance requirements when the system is under the load of several hundred users. What happens now? What else? Gina is screwed, right? Okay. What I would do now? What happened is there was a problem with the requirement collection process. They not cut the costs. Basically, when they took the requirements, they were like casuals were taking the requirement. Now it's gonna come to Jesus time because the product will be hugely delayed when it comes to the schedule and the cost of it, right? So the detailed analysis was not done, and that's why Gina needs to be working really hard now, and she would definitely have some bad uh, you know bad reviews about this particular project of hers. So this is what I think. So it's a major blow to Gina and her team. They had captured the customer. So they captured the customer requirements accurately, but had not anticipated how to support the non-functional requirement for load and performance of the system. With this being a software design issue, right, team has to rewrite the core architecture of the software, which requires all components of the system to be retested before the customer sign off. The team's inability and adequately define the requirements without cutting the corners, the rework impacts Gina's budget in several ways. It eases the cost ask of customer dissatisfaction, missed the scheduled deadlines, loyal of the project team members. The project needs to assess the impact and likely requires a change request to schedule for schedule and the project impact. How do you define non-functional requirements? An requirement which was not exactly given by the customer, but this is something that you need to consider a part of the project because that would be required. Be functional. Just a load runner. So you actually run this load runner. You heard about load runner, right? Yeah, that's the that we use to check the load, right? Servers. So we would have incorporated that one of the things, performance testing, right? And we should have done that in order to make sure that before the UAT happens, we actually need to test cases or some other non-functional is like anything which is not given by the customer, which is not directly related to it, but is a part of the project is non-functional. Oh, so it is like 11:05. What is the time right now? So it is. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break, right? Being a BA, it should collect the non-functional requirements. Yeah, it can be not the part of the EF, but it is something that missed with our team. So she is now bearing the wrath of that. So that happens in the project all the time. If you miss out a few of those requirements, you are screwed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is okay. So let's do a quick poll of how we are moving right now. Then the poll we're going to take a break. So I'll just poll now. Okay. Okay. How are we doing? The pen. Let's fill the poll. So I believe we discussed quite a few things today. We still have a couple of hours to go, so we're gonna. I'm sure that we complete our scope management and probably start a few things in the schedule management as well, right? But there is a lot of study which is required for the scope management. So that's one of the most crucial of chapters that we have, right? Focus here. and probably the idea is that before tomorrow closure, right, we'll be able to complete this casual management and the cost management and quality management. So if we are able to, even if not completing the quality, if we can start the quality by the end of tomorrow, we should be in a very good this thing. It's charger plugged in. Yes, I know. So that now 49% though. Mr. Goel, for there are people who have not started the poll, so waiting for them to complete it. Fantastic things, you guys are actually asking a lot of questions, so that's a very good indicator. So you ask questions, that means you are trying to connect, you are trying to analyze, you are trying to understand, right? So seen classes in which they have 4 hours, nobody asks a question, because that was like a corporate class and nobody that much serious about reading. So the question. So it is good that you people ask question, because that shut you're trying to understand the concept. No, your mobile devices cannot participate in the polling activity. Why not our opinion on what? So you want to where when you can write that. So when was the session? I have it on the polling. Yeah. So it is made such a way, just so it only a button press to file the poll, right? So you want to write something, you can write it here. You want to search, you can use it. So I guess okay, good enough. So I'm closing the poll now, and so that takes 10 seconds to close the poll, and we would take a break. Don't worry. Okay. And just the results. Mon, this is 6. Close the poll now. Okay, but about that later. I'm sharing, guys. 11:09. I'll see you at 11:25. Would that work? Would that? Yeah. Okay. I'll see you on 25 India time. Thank you.
Test 2, 3. Hi. Uh, Very good. So we're going to see post-break session now, and so I started somewhere, so I was just searching for that. I took a extra. Apologies. Okay, desktop, you guys. We're going to start where we left before the break, and then we're going to complete our scope management, and probably, if the time permits, will with the schedule management. Okay. So I'm just let me see my screen. Okay. No. Can you see that? Yeah. That was scenario that we were talking about. Now we're going to start off with the so remember when we were collecting that requirement, we had one tools and techniques which is called group decision making, group created techniques, right? So that was a technique, right? So I'm going to show you a couple of slides which explains what these techniques are. So if you start with this, with the techniques, right? There are 5 different group creativity techniques that we have, right? Which are from brainstorming to nominal group technique to the mind mapping, affinity diagrams, and multi-criteria decision analysis, right? So these are the 5 that we techniques in which we sit together and make a decision basically. If you start with the very first one, which is about brainstorming, that's one of the most common techniques that we use. Brainstorming is what? That is used to generate and collect multiple ideas related to the project and product requirement. It's an evaluation technique though, but more of an ideation. That is, when you need to make a decision about any situation in the project, you sit together with the team and everybody gives a different opinion, right? So basically you brainstorm together and you come out with many alternatives, right? So you have 2, 3, 4 different ways that work. Then you see the ideas that we get out of it. So it's not basically to take a decision, but more to do the ideation of that, right? So you have multiple ideas now. Some of the group creativity techniques. The technique that we use in that is called nominal group technique. So what we do in that is we take the results of the brainstorming, the multiple ideas that we had, and the numbering. So we do basically a voting on that. That how many of us agrees with option number A, how many of us agrees with option number 2, option number 3, and option number 4, right? And one which gets highest number of votes is the option which we choose. So that is the group helps you with the voting, right? So it enhances the brainstorming with the voting process. Most useful ideas for further brainstorming or the prioritization. So now what we have as a result of that would be that idea number 2 got most of the votes, so it becomes the highest priority for further analysis. Then we have idea number 3, then idea number 1, and then the idea number 4. Now the sequence is based on the process, right? So now we're going to pick the topmost idea and do a further analysis on that. So that is nominal group technique would come in picture, right? So the voting basically. Mind mapping. So you may have heard about mind mapping. Did you? You know the idea mapping technique? So what do you? Yeah. So what in that is? So consolidate ideas, of different brainstorming sessions. So we did a session today, then we did a session tomorrow, then the day after, and various different of those ideas with us. Now we try to place them and see how many of those ideas. So what is the commonality between ideas and what are the differences, basically, right? So how many ideas are similar, how many ideas are different. So that helps understanding decisions in the thought process, basically.
So the thought process, and it end up generating the new ideas for you guys, right? So again, a creativity technique, use affinity diagram, one of the most. So you categorize the idea. No, the creation is done in the affinity diagrams. They are the most commonly used group creativity technique. You must have pretty sure that you must have heard about affinity diagrams. What it does is it allows the large number of ideas to be classified into groups for review and analysis. So how many of the ideas which falls under group A? Group A may be for people who are willing to go with, say, aggressive scheduling, right? That may be group A. Now group B may be the people who believes in going passive ways, right? Group C may be some other group. So total number of ideas that you have, you try to place them inside those classifications then, and you see, yes, falls into what classification, and then you do a further review and analysis on those. That's affinity diagram. Affinity is one that we mostly use in our projects, right? Categorize. So you must have seen the project manager hits the board, then he writes those categories, and then starts placing the ideas out of the brainstorming into those categories. So this idea goes to the category A, this is category B idea, this is category A idea again, right? That is called affinity diagram. And finally, I have multi-criteria decision analysis. Now, what we do in multi-criteria decision analysis is, this is a technique that uses a decision matrix to provide systematic analytical approach to establish for establishing the criteria such as risk levels, uncertainties, valuations, evaluations, and rank. Right now, what it is doing is very simple example. Take out as, say, suppose we wanted to hire a person for a work in our project, right? So there can be, the decision will be made based on multiple criteria there. Just like, so this person should have at least 8 years of experience. He should at least 3 project life cycles. He should have been working with at least this level of management, or he should have handled a team of a size of 10 at least. He probably should be a certified PMP. So these are multiple criteria. Then you judge profile on all those criteria, and the one which has the nearest connection with those parameters is the one guy that you choose for this particular position, right? It's called multi-criteria decision analysis. Then when you sit with the team and decides or it's a decision about something based on multiple of those criteria, right? That is called multi-criteria decision analysis. So the group creativity techniques that we use in project management is basically, so when you have many of those brainstorming sessions, you have 5 different sessions, right? Now you had the result of those 5 different sessions. So what you do in mind mapping is you try to see that how many of those ideas were similar. So what the commonality, those ideas, and what were the differences between those ideas. So how many ideas were different, how many ideas were common, right? So what you do in mind mapping. Yeah. These are various different group creativity techniques that we use. Similarly, along with the creativity technique, we also have group decision making. Now, decision making is like a unanimous decision or a majoritarian decision or a plurality based decisions, automatic decisions. So these are various different decision making techniques, the group decision making techniques that we have in project management, just like they are given here. These are four. So unanimity, the majority, plurality, and autocratic decisions, right? So a unanimous decision is a decision that is reached whereby everyone agrees on a single course of action. This is achieved by using Delphi or some other techniques. In fact, at times you can also do it by mind mapping or affinities. So if everybody thinks the same way, that's unanimous decision, right? Then if the unanimity is not met, if not 100% people agree to one thing, then also go with the majority. Just like parliamentarian, democracies, just like India or other place like Pakistan, go with majority. right? It is a decision which reached with support from more than 50% of the members of the group. Just like India, the majority is 272 seats in the upper house. So that's in the upper house out of 512 that we have, right? That is what? That is majority, like happened yesterday. No, yesterday is to do with the majority. I mean, so it was agenda basically. So it was the objective was say that there is no democracy in Pakistan. So you never know. A lot of people are actually sitting from Pakistan here, and these are good people who believe in democracy. So I would not say that because it is we just had elections in Pakistan, so it doesn't have democracy there. But yes, there are factors which influence that democracy a lot more than we do here in India. Of other factors which just like army and the factors. Yes. We established Pakistan, right? Is it? So I see a lot of those people who are actually from Pakistan who sits in my trainings, and that they all believe in democracy, right? And but they are unfortunately, other organizations who are so involved in your democratic process that things goes at times goes haywire. So you actions last week. You had last week. Yeah, Faisal. Right. Okay. Fantastic. This guys. So wherein more than 50% of the people agrees to the same. Just like in India, it is 272. Yeah, we had a no confidence motion in our parliament, and the government actually 95. So that was way above the majority, and the opposition got 147. So the majoritarian decision basically. Treating with everything. Yes. Okay. Now, if you don't get the majority, then you have plurality, guys. If you have plurality, then right. So plurality is a decision which is reached whereby the largest block of the group decides, even if the majority is not achieved. Just like, for example, we have 10 people in the group. Now, 3 with option A, and 4 goes with option B, and then goes with option C. Then we have distribution as 3, 4, and 3. So what we will do is, if we follow the plurality rule, we're going to go with 4. The 4 members. Now 4 members is not the majority because majority is 5 plus, right? But 4 is the biggest block. So we go block and we go with the plural decision now. Fractured mandate at times. So the mandate is fractured, but yeah, there are many of those parties which collides together, although there were so many differences in their opinions before the elections, so they come together and form a government. So that's all plurality-based decisions, right? That's the biggest block. So they make the choices. You have autocratic decisions. Autocratic decisions are wherein the decisions are made by an individual on behalf of the group. It can be an example of that. Can be an example of that. And they used to take decisions automatically. So the decision to form, which is entirely was a decision made by Hitler. The SS soldiers were only following the orders. Alpha mathematical technique, right? So it's a technique which is used for voting, right? So and it gives you the decision only when it 100% of the votes for the unanimous decisions. So there, the group decision making techniques, ladies and gentlemen, is that clear to all of us? Yeah. Have what? We have the requirements. We have collected the requirements. So as a result of that, we have requirement documentation with us, and we have the requirement traceability matrix. So Prabha, I'm going to show you the traceability matrix, which is given here, right here. Now, requirement traceability matrix is given below. Just like multi-user access, made decision, the head of this division. Good question, Dennis. So probably the guy, yeah, just a bit. So probably the guy who is heading that block takes the decision. In some cases, the family takes with without considering what the rest of the people in the family are saying. So that is autocratic decision. Although it is decision making as well, well, why? Because for the rest of the world, it is a decision made by the group, but internally, it is only the project manager who took the decision. Manager, yes. Screen changed. Can we see the requirement traceability matrix? Yeah. Okay. Murthy, you need to do something about your internet connection then. So this requirement traceability matrix, the one that you see in front of you guys. So multiple user access, that was a requirement given by one user, right? So the requirement number is 3.1.1.1. When design, we put in SDD section 3.1. So my user access was a part of SDD section 3.1 in design. In code was a part of RBAC processing.cpp and schema creation.sql. In system testing, it was between the test number 1 to 120. In UAT, it was a part of 51 to 55. Now, these are traces of multi-user access, guys. So access came as nothing in the chat window though, but yeah, I can. Traceability matrix is a technique used to verify that the work package of a WBS are delivered and tested. Typically, this is supported through tooling, Microsoft Team Foundation Server or some similar products, right? So Team Foundation Server is one of the products which can actually give you an automated requirement traceability matrix. It can trace out all the requirement documents for you, all the traces for that, or also maintain an Excel sheet. It can do the same stuff here, right? You need to have a requirement traceability matrix just to make sure that if the user asks for that, okay, so I gave you this requirement, what happened to that? You should be able to track that in your project, right? So the requirement traceability matrix comes into the picture. Now, you have the requirement documentation, just like the results of surveys and feedbacks and results of questionnaires. So you have those requirements with you, and your traceability matrix. You run requirements into traceability matrix, and then you go and define the scope based on the documentation, of course. So if I said, okay, so I want these features in my car to DC, now would down in a piece of paper, and they would sit with their team, and they okay, Sachin want the doors to be open vertically, so we need to change the doors, and this is the amount of work that we need to do, right? And write everything down, right? And based on that, they define their scope. This is exactly what we're going to do now. So when we go to the next process, which is defining the scope, the scope is the process of developing detailed description of the project and the product. It is to the planning process group. So what it would do is it would give you the project scope statement. How you are visualizing the project scope statement? In the sky, right? So that's the complete amount of the quantum of the work that you need to perform in order to come our projects. Give me 1 second, Arvind. That would change. There's a lag. So that started coming after the break. So the break, I guess we were moving pretty fast. Objectives as well. Objectives, requirements, specification, traceability, very important. PMI doesn't suggest to map objectives. No, it's not saying that you should start it with the requirement. You can actually start it way back, right? Yeah. Beauty with the project management is that says that these 49 processes are good practices. None of them is a compulsion. That's the PMI. If you don't want to use that process, don't use that. Right? Do that. That would be a good practice. You understand? Okay. Define scope screen in front of us. Yeah. Define scope is the process of developing a detailed description of the project and the product. What all things that I need to do in this in order to create that, develop the product, right? But in project charter, it has high level of scope already, right? Project plan. Why? Because the project management plan already have traces from the expectations, right? The stakeholders information, right? Documents. What are the project documents going in here? The written and the traceability matrix going in. Yeah. Enter environmental factors and OPA. All of these go in as an input. What do? You use your expert judgment. You do data analysis. Now here, the data analysis is called alternative analysis. Analysis. Why do we do alternative analysis here in the scope? To see if I have an opportunity to save some time and cost while I'll work. So I check for those alternatives. So if I go with option A, I take about 5 days and $500. If I go option B, I take like 4 days and $300. So I'll probably go with option B. That is called alternative analysis. That too regarding all the things that you need to do in the project, so that you can optimally optimize your cost in the project. So that is called data analysis here. Is that understood to all of us? Give me a yes. Yeah. Decision making is again group decision making, group creativity techniques. Then personal team skills, your skills, so that you can make your people sit together and work, right? And have no agreements here. When we came out with the requirement documentation, agreements were already a part of it, isn't it, Mr. Goel? Yeah. You tag in the chat window as well. So, to the requirement, collecting the requirement process, you have agreements going in as an input there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then finally you have product analysis. Now product analysis is about analyzing the product and the specifications that you want. Because you remember we talked about the product scope and the project scope. We do product analysis to identify what all are the features which will categorize this product. So the that should be there inside that product. Do that analysis because that has to be a part of my product scope, right? And finally, what I have is the orb in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. We have the project scope statement. So statement of the entire project, the huge one. I mean, so that has description of all things I'll be doing in my project. That and then documents update. So that statement goes back and updates the document in the project. That would definitely update a few things in your stakeholder register, right? And that can update a few things into your scope management plan as well. The management plan that you made earlier. Now, base scope statement that can be, a few changes in that. So project documents update that happens from here, and your project scope statement as the output. Now, once you have that project scope statement as an output, but to use, you cannot manage it right here. So whereas now you break it down. So you have your project scope statement into smaller and more manageable components. So as a result of that, we enter which process now? Should be yes. This is how you remember those processes, guys. Somebody 49 processes. This is how. Because process you need to distribute it, correct? So ideally, next process should be the W. So there you go. Create WBS. Now, CBS is the process of subdividing the project deliverables and the project work into smaller, more manageable components. Oh my goodness. Is that the same, exactly same thing that I said? Yeah? You see? You know? So these are subdividing the project deliverables and the project work into smaller and more manageable components, right? So that again comes to the plan process group. So what goes in? The project management plan, the project documents. What are the project documents? The project scope statement. Again, along with the other, any other document that you need here at this point of time, right? And the OPA goes in. What do you use your expert judgment and you do the decomposition. I already told you about decomposition when we were in our Excel, right? So all the rules that we need to follow. So a complete plan before you further disintegrate it. Every disintegration would add more complexity to the but come project again, right? And need to reach out to which level, guys? Thank you so much for that. Yes. Watches. So would decompose that up to the work package level. As of that, congratulations, you have your first baseline now. So this scope baseline and output of WBS. Anything which is not there in scope baseline is not a part of your project. Yeah. So your scope baseline, you have the WBS dictionary as well. Oh, it is not written here, but as a process, you also have the WBS dictionary. So you have WBS, which is your scope baseline, and you have the WBS dictionary coming out as an output, and also updates the project documents. So that WBS goes back, and you put that WBS where in your management plan, correct? Yeah, wonderful. So you use scope baseline now. First baseline, that's the total amount of work, the work that you need to perform, which is divided into smaller and more manageable components in your project, right? Is the process understood to all of us? Give me a yes in the chat window, please. And that yes. So, good. Now, this scope is going back where? This scope is going back into your project management plan. And to take that project management plan, I'm going to repeat the same story again here. Right? So, take your project management plan, you go into the execution. So, you are in execution. What rules? Correct? Can you do something in execution when you are in scope? If you specifically talk about scope, is there something that we can do in the scope when it is execution? Nothing. The scope Padmavati comes as a part of monitoring and control. With the scope, execution of the scope, right? Baseline is an output of WBS, whereas the scope statement is a total quantum of work that you need to perform. There is scope BS components. Orb in the sky. So that's the difference. Not the same. Okay? So what you need to do is you need to go into monitoring and control where you would validate the scope and where you would control the scope. Now validating the scope means what? So you add maybe in future PMI add scope change execution. No, not a part of the execution phase. It would always be a part of monitoring control. So when you monitor, when variance analysis, only then you identify, yes, only you identify phasal that there is a change. From now or 50 years from now, the scope always come under scope control, right? That would monitoring control. You agree here? Phasal? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you are or which part? Lahore, right, guys? So, so you're in Pakistan, right? Joining from Pakistan or joining from somewhere else? California, good, pretty good. California, though. 11, yeah. Thank you for joining. So that's scope baseline, and you have the project documents. You're going to take those project documents now. You're going to take that project scope baseline, right? And you are executing and achieving those deliverables. Once those deliverables will be verified when they go into the quality control, right? Now those verified deliverables will come to validation of the scope here. If you talk about validating the scope, this process here, this is validating the scope. Now look at that. Validating scope is the process of formalizing acceptance of the completed project deliverables. Bingo. So this is worry that we've been harping from so long now. That these are the things which are actually coming from quality control and being and hitting here in the validation of the score that I can get validated against the customer request and it becomes accepted. Right? It belongs to the monitoring control process group. What happens is, so you have the project management plan going in, of course, because this is a monitoring control. So monitoring control is, of course, would happen against the project management plan, and the execution will happen against the project management plan. So you would definitely have these put here. Project documents are the project related documents which be data that you are generating right now, just like work performance data is anyways given here, right? And also have the performance, other performances, just like are we meeting the milestones, are we not meeting the milestones, or if there are more resources which are required for that, all that documents. You also have your risk register coming in here. You also have your communication plans coming in here, your stakeholder registers coming in here. You have your scope baselines coming in here so that you can do validations, right? All these who the manager validate against the customer's request, right? So to your question, then what? Then you verify deliverables. You see that from verified deliverables are coming. These are of the quality control process, guys. Yeah, remember that. So there are verified. Verification is done internally. Validation is externally. You see that norm execution. This is again from monitoring control, because the quality control is basically the part of monitoring and control. So there, and these are validated now, and you validate them against the request of the customer. So what? Stated against the scope statement. No, scope is not getting validated here. It is mostly deliverables which are getting validated against the requirements given by the customer. Customer said is a part of your scope statement, correct? And base statement you have the WPS. Yeah? Right now. Against the requirements of the customer, Nazir. We are validating those deliverables as the requirements given by the customer. That is the reason why you need a requirement traceability matrix. That is why you need a project scope statement and the WBS components. You them against them and you get it validated by the customer itself. The customer says, okay, so I believe you have done that, right? So that's from the middle of the project, I'll tell you. Just like there is a construction project. The same example, I had a 100 square yard plot, and my contractor was making a house on that, right? Now he would come back to me after a month or so and say, sir, we have erected column A, column B, and column C. And internal quality, it is perfectly fine. Then I go as a customer and say, okay, so I accept it. Did it when? Just a couple of months into the project. So The process of my project actually started after a couple of weeks or couple of months in the project. First deliverable got accepted. When it got accepted, now the collection of these accepted deliverables deliver the entire project. Do you agree here? Give me a yes. That's in Bharat. So unified deliverables coming in work performance data. Of course, the execution was going on, so it would generate the data. So the 8 cubic meter that you have right now, right? What do you in validating this code? You do the inspection and decision making. So decisions with the customer, you influence or try to influence them as well, so they can accept your deliverable. So what is the output? So the output is accepted deliverable. These deliverables from here goes into the closing process. So yesterday in the last class we saw the closing process. We had accepted deliverables as the input. Yes, you remember? Accepted are the inputs, closing process, isn't it? Yes. Okay. We are getting those inputs from here, from value process. Does the validation of the scope, but against the customer only. Because been done in the quality, yes. So we did it, our team did it, we're sure that the customer can accept it because quality is okay. And I take those deliverables to the customer and say, okay, so this is what your requirement document says. This is my project scope statement says. This is what my deliverable says. And as deliverables, I have those now. I give those deliverables. Please accept them. The is okay, and that is accepted. Accepted deliverables. You have work performance data or the change request. So here the customer will accept it, or he would say, okay, so I don't believe it is up to the mark, so you need to do some changes, right? Right. So request, and then so that updates your project documents ranging from the project management plan to risk registers to stakeholder registers to a lot of these documents are updated. You are in validating the scope process. Is it to all of us? Give me a yes in chat window, please. Yeah, fantastic. Okay. Have a process of controlling the scope. So when you go to the next process, control. Now, what is controlling the scope? Controlling the scope is to make sure that there is no scope creep, basically, right? So controlling scope is the process of monitoring the status of the project and product scope, manage changes to the scope baseline. There are changes to this baseline, these managed here, then controlling the scope. So during the execution, if one of my customer, comes up and says, I want you guys to change these things in the project, that would go under controlling the scope, validating the scope, because validation happens of those things which are delivered, right? Is when there are any change which are realized or required in a project scope, I come here and control that here in the controlling the scope process, right? What we need. So we project management plan, we need the project documents. Now these documents may be the request that the customer has done, then also be the request here, right? Work performance data and the OPA, the organizational process assets, to see that in the past how we did the control of the scope in the past with similar kind of projects, right? So we have 4 inputs, all simple inputs here. And controlling the scope, what do we do? Data analysis. Now what is the data analysis here in controlling the scope? It is the variance analysis. Make a note, please. It's called variance analysis. So the variance analysis is to see scope of work. Now how much is the difference? So say suppose initially it was 100 hours work, right? Now it's 110 hours work. Then there is of 10 hours. Scope. Validation of requirements invalidate process scope. No, the deliverables which are based on those requirements. The based on the requirements. Sarkar, how do you deliverables? By the way, how is not? No, 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 no. Why are you guys so confused here? I'll give you the letters again. Deliverables. Deliverable goes to quality control, becomes verified. Verified deliverables comes back to validating the scope, becomes accepted. Accepted deliverables goes as an input for the closing project and becomes the final product. It goes. It's got some requirement from the customers and the others. Yeah, based on that, you have those deliverables. Yeah, that Bharat. Okay. So analysis here is what? Data is what? In variances, right? So as that, what was the total amount of work that we were doing before and what is the total amount of work that we are doing now. So that is done here in data analysis. What is work performance information? You see the data goes in, the information comes out. Change request, of course, if there are changes required, we would have those change requests going back to the ICC. You remember the process of ICC, guys? Integrated Change Control. Yeah, of migration management. Management plan adopted, project documents update. So all of that is getting updated into project management plan. So the project management plan updated as on today. So your documents, right? 15% done, 20% done, 20% done, right? So that project management plan update. The documents update will trigger CR and will again go to the ICC process. Absolutely correct, Bharat. That is happened. Correct? So you have output now. So that process of controlling the scope is understood. But we are still in scope knowledge area. That is the meaning the project gets closed. Or do you guys the scope? No. Hang on. We are in scope knowledge area, okay? Meaning of the project gets closed. Whose the project is getting closed? Where it written? I'm saying verifying the deliverables, and we are that there are no changes in the scope. And if there are changes, then we would raise those change requests and those changes against line of the scope. So that is what we're doing here. We are not doing the project here. Chandra, is there a doubt? Yeah. Okay. So process the project here, buddy. Really accepting get those deliverables accepted by the customer here, and we are making a list of those deliverables which are accepted. We take the entire laundry list of those deliverables and put as an input for closing the project. Okay, so we have delivered all of that. Yeah, no problem. So that is, I guess, all the processes ends. Now there are important outputs here. So your performance information, active deliverables, and change requests. Work performance information, you already know about work performance information. If they are those captured in requirement documents, will come under original number of traceability matrix or under new number. Yes. If it is about a new requirement, it will go and new number. Yeah. Work information, the information data, the performance data collected from controlling process, analyzed and in comparison with project management plan components, the documents and the other work performance information, right? The performance data comes Comes work performance information after the tools and techniques of the process have been. That is why I say the data goes in, then the information comes. Accepted deliverables. Now that answers your questions, guys. These deliverables that have been verified and are ready for validation of the project scope in which form they are accepted, and truth shall free you. Now I was saying, no, you need to start the traceability matrix. You need to add a new line item in that, Chandra. Is that understood? These has been verified internally, right, and are ready for validation against the project scope at point they are accepted. Yeah. Validating the project scope, new requirements might be discovered. For example, an email notification when the password is changed. So that's something new which happened at the time of execution. Requirement should be documented as a change request and should also be a part of requirement traceability mix. I'm telling you. Anderson, I just say it in short. Know the truth, and the truth shall get you free. That's one of the same things, right? So say it in short. That very good. That's very good. The important outputs that have from the scope management, then you have cycle of DIKW. We call it data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Data and wisdom. I am saying if the CR is included in the current deliverable after the scope from the past. No, state of the project. But as a scope, realigning our baselines, then working on that. Chandra. Okay, about DIKW here, data, information, knowledge, wisdom. That's a cycle, guys. It says the PMI emphasizing managing the project knowledge as an important technique throughout all the processes, right? As existing knowledge and the new knowledge are represented by project performance data. So that is what you generate, right, when you are execution, right, which acts as an input to the to a process and in turn produces an output of project performance information, right? Project performance data becomes project performance information. The KW is heart of knowledge management. In fact, sharing of knowledge requires the development and maintenance of the data. Some facts which relates to the DIKW are data set of discrete facts. Information requires applying meaning to or relevance to the set facts. Now, so what it is trying to say here in a nutshell, guys, if you out for the next 30 seconds, it is saying that you as a project manager already have some with you or some knowledge, the existing knowledge that you have. When you go project, you get some knowledge. Now your existing knowledge plus new knowledge, you put them together because the information, right? Sorry, becomes your wisdom, right? Knowledge that you already had and the knowledge that you got now, over time that becomes your wisdom. And is where you say that maybe you are not able to see that, but I can see if we move with that pace, we're gonna be delayed by 3 days. And you say that a month back, right? And when this new chap actually realizes that we are delayed by 3 days, how this gentleman knew about it? Because wisdom. Now, wisdom, the wisdom is your data comes into information. Information becomes your knowledge, and knowledge becomes wisdom. That is the DIKW cycle. So DB. Now what is KEDB? Now it will be a part of your, yeah, it will be part of it because that error known error database will actually can give you a lot of insight and lot of information about what should not be done in the project, right? So it will become your information and become your knowledge. So that can actually, so there are it from here, Cyril, for our information that there is a cycle that PMI believes that we have, and cycle is called DIKW cycle. That is all trying to say here. It is a part. Yeah, correct, Bharat. It is actually a part of the managed project knowledge process. Sprint here. That's all. That's all. So it will be a part of your knowledge. System is a part of your tacit knowledge. Basically, your tacit knowledge. We talk right. Tacit knowledge and add what the one explain and touches, right? Okay. KW guys. Another scenario. Let's read the scenario and see, if we able to answer that based on the scope. So Brian, the project manager of a strong matrix organization, has been leading projects for his company for 10 years. The company has made a decision to align their operations and create policies and procedures to cultivate a culture that is more centered on driving customer excellence. This in the mindset is slowly being adopted by company leaders and staff members. Our current project is 25% complete ahead of schedule and currently under budget. 2 weeks, Brian schedules meetings with the key stakeholders to review the project reports and matrices. During the stakeholder meeting, Brian was asked by one of the key stakeholders to add a new feature to scope of work in form of a formal change request. This stakeholder has just returned from an industry conference where he gained insight on some advanced technology that increase the company's competitive position and result in large increase in the market share. How should Brian handle this change request? If I would follow the change request process, so I'll do an analysis, put the links in front of the committee, and I'll leave the decision on them. Right? So most of you would follow the same, right? Who has a different opinion here? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here. And request by the key stakeholder, Brian should follow the agreed upon changes. This includes analyzing the cost and benefits of the proposed request and providing alternatives to minimize the impact on cost and schedule. Once the analysis is complete, Brian can present his findings to the sponsor and stakeholders for their decision. Absolutely same thing that I said. So we follow the same. Invest first in plan, then do BIA of your own cost. Yes. Scopes gain get in conjunction with the new requirements, and then it will go CR and finally ICC. Absolutely correct. Okay, result. That's the answer of that. Now that chapter. So big 6 processes, right? Quiz now. Let's see how it goes. So question: in which project management process group is find? Yep. So that's the because the scope is different when you are in your the scope planning. Correct? So that's the answer. During project meeting, one of the team members suggests a new feature that customer may like. The manager says no to this feature, indicating the project should focus all on what is required to complete the project. This is an example of that's an epic, right? So that's an management, of course. What important thing that project manager should ensure during validating the scope process? People will go with Charlie. Okay. Timely? I don't think so. Okay. It's Charlie, it is the acceptance. Now that is the entire purpose of validating the scope, right? Scope acceptance of the deliverable, right? So that's doing that. Question 4. The data has been prepared and distributed to the project team members. When execution begins, which meant will provide the detailed description of the WBS elements. Right? Yep. That's the WBS dictionary, right? So the answer, Charlie, here. So it is WBS dictionary. Which are not true regarding subdividing the work in the WBS. People go and people are going with bravos. In fact, as well. Derek goes Charlie. Which one is not true? Yeah, not true. Subdivide until it can be done by a single person. That's not true. That's not true. Okay. Scope is the process of formalizing acceptance of the completed project deliverable. Where this process be done? Lot of alphas. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And that should be done. I said that you receive your first accepted deliverable in the middle of the project. You remember that? You receive your first deliverable and you proved. No, it has nothing to do with the validation. That is verification. So the answer is Charlie at the end of the each phase of the project. So you get them validated after once the phase is finished. You go back with those accepted with those verified deliverables. Get them to start working on the new phase, and then you do the other phase. Then you do the next phase. This is how it should move ideally, right? Right? Okay. Which forms are requirement gathering documents? Actually, pick all of above, right? Right? The data of the above are the requirement gathering documents. Javed, project manager of a custom manufacturing company that recently completed the testing of a new Bluetooth-enabled digital thermometer. The team has signed off stating that the product meets the requirements and specification. At which state are the deliverables? Deltas, lot of deltas in fact. Then you, the answer is alpha here. It is verified. So verifies it and goes for validation, right? Yes, customer, which is validation, and yeah. Okay. That are the key takeaways from this chapter. The project scope management includes the processes required to ensure that the project includes and work essential to complete the project successfully. 8 out, all of you? Yeah? Okay, I'll just give me a moment. Product scope refers to the features and functions that categorizes that product, service, or result, while the project scope refers to the work that must be performed to service or result with the specified features and functions. WB breaks the project scope into smaller, more manageable pieces called the work packages. W dictionary contains the explanation of the terms in WPS. The six project scope management processes are plan, scope, collect, require, define the scope, WPS, and validate scope and controlling the scope. Right? This is the chapter. Dennis was laughing at something, so I don't know. Guys, result. Okay. How many you got, Dennis? You did that, right? Okay, I can go back to question number 6. The process of formalizing acceptance of the project deliverables. When should this process be done? Well, right? Yeah, so what do you want to ask here? Okay. Is there a question here? Managed quality in 6th edition. Yes, it is. Yes. How can the end of each phase do we have deliverables at the end of each phase or by phase different set of deliverables? No, phases of the project, just like the blueprinting, then you have the say design, then blueprint, then development, then UATs. Each of them is a phase, right? So what is the deliverable that you achieve after each phase? You get them validated by the customer. Are nothing but this part of the scope state, the part of the WBS. So that's the scope, right? Then I'm still confusion here. Right. Yes. Is that clear? How can you? Oh my goodness! Now the thing you prepared a blueprint, Chandra. You were working on a software development project, right? You prepared a blueprint. Will you take a sign off from the customer on the blueprint? Give me a yes or no. You are question. Able when I am see a chart, which is this? No, so I understand that. So it, Mr. Goel. So saying that we're deliverable. So we execute the project just like we are in design, right? And completed my design. Now again, go to my quality team and they okay the things in the designs are okay, they are correct. And this the same goes to the customer for the sign or not. Sign of the designs. Can you move into the blueprinting part? Blueprinting part. That's the question. No. Correct? That is saying. Chart we have 49 processes. The deliverables, managed project work. It comes there for the very first time. The of direct and managed project work is deliverable. Then it work goes into quality control. The out control is verified deliverable. Yeah. That's in 6. The answer is A. No. But verification, come on. We are talking about validation. That how yes, it will happen only in the monitoring control of the scope, that is validating the scope. That is after each of the phase. Okay, no problem. We are good. Guys, that's always good to have discussion, right? So you guys are fantastic. I mean, so you ask those questions. That's good. That's good. Yeah, chapter here. That is guys. Yeah. Or reading you can do exercise number 7 and exercise number 8 in your handbook. And that concludes the project scope management. We can start with the schedule management, right? So let's see how much time do we have with us. It is 34. We still have half an hour to go. And we can actually start the schedule management. But for that, can you allow me only couple of minutes, please? So I need just a couple of minutes. No, 3 minutes, only 2 minutes. So let's and I'll just quickly come back and start that. I'm just putting my mute here. check 1, 2, 3. So Goel just asked a question that he's confused when the validation of the scope is done prior, then the role is coming later. Is that your question, Goel? Yes? I ask the people to answer this. So I can definitely answer it. But what the rest of the people think about it? Guys, what Mr. Goel asked here? Yeah. What is that? Complete that, please. Actually, Mr. Gonzalez. You see, when we were starting the scope, I said there is no sequence. There is no, right? Yeah. And they are not. First, quality control goes back into validation parallelly. It is the quality which is happening, and then we are going into the validation. But again, no problem. So that's one thing that we all understand that, right? Yes, it is. What is your name? Mahi. On Mahinder or what? Harizaf or what? Yeah, because I have a friend of mine. Her name is Mahi. So, team deliverables custom validates it before accepting it formally. Exactly, Piyush. Thank you. Okay, so open up the schedule management now. Let's see that on the screen. Yeah. The PM training lesson number 7, project schedule management. Ladies and gentlemen, the objectives. Schedule management. Again, the project schedule get and network diagram. Identify key terms in the project schedule management. The project schedule management processes, right? And various schedule management network analysis techniques. Oh, you already did the chapter in the other class, did you? Yeah, you did. And then you left after that class and you joined this one, right? Yeah, got it out. Start off with the definition of the project management. Okay, let's start with this. So the project management include processes. So my last class there, Subbu. Today project submission class. So number 9. Yeah. From next week in the so the project includes the processes required to manage timely completion of the project. The plan provides a detailed plan that represents how and when the project will deliver the product, services, or defined in the project scope. It serves as a tool for communication, manage stakeholders' expectations as the basis of performance reporting. Schedule plan defines how the schedule contingencies will be reported, assessed, right? In a nutshell, that timeline basically, the time project. This is what mostly you consider as a project management plan, correct? Because you see on this, when you open your Microsoft project, you open this. All that has components from the scope, that has components for the cost, that has components for the quality, have there, but majorly we as a correct. You agree here? Now, chapter 6 is again 5 are, in fact, we only had 6 in planning, right? And now one has been moved to the resources now, right? 5 of them in the planning, and then 1 in the monitoring control, which is controlling this. So we're going to talk about it. So let's start with this, continue with this, the management. What you need to remember right now is that current status of your project, that your WBS, you have your scope baseline, correct? Scope line, right? And you always have your risk analysis done by now for the whatever amount of risk that you can see in the project, and you will have a few things from the estimation of the resources and few costing done. So these are good parallel. When you're preparing the scope, immediately after preparing the scope, these are the things which are actually running parallel, and the project manager is actually involved in all of these, right? So the key activities project the schedule management is as following. So the thing is, you identify the activities, a list of activities to be included in the project to be identified. This estimating time and resources. Now this is what I said. So estimate the time, and you would also do the estimation of the resources, which is in a different knowledge area. What is the knowledge area that we have? We have the resource management. Then we have a couple of processes. One is estimate activity estimate the activity resources. Can you see that process? You guys? Yeah. Nobody's up. I don't know why. Nope. Map. Estimate resources, not the duration. Go to the scope. Oh, sorry. Go to the resources. Resource management. Yeah. 9 point. Now this is schedule management. You see connection. You need to estimate the time, which is a part of the schedule management only. But it is also saying that you need to estimate the resources, which of the resource management, correct? See a cross connection between two different knowledge areas. Can you, yes, to what I'm saying here? Okay, sequencing of the activities. All the activities will be sequenced as per the dependencies. Now, that's a interesting thing. We're going to talk about it later when we sequence the activity process. That's a fantastic area to know about. Okay, so let the project schedule. Now, schedule assigns a duration to the project activities, and the activities are sequenced in a logical order. The project schedule defines the start and the end dates of the project and its activities. Each is assigned a resource due, and when appropriate, a predecessor task. Software is used to develop the schedule. Microsoft Project is one of the most popular tools used for project schedule development. Yesterday, I was taking a Microsoft Project class at one of my customers, right? How we can, prepare a schedule from the scratch, right? Project management plan is not a project schedule. You see that? Exactly, I said a project management plan is not the project schedule. It is more comprehensive and contains various other factors like risk management plan, cost management plan may also include a schedule, right? So is it not the same thing I said, right? So I said the same thing, right? So PMP is not only the schedule, but majorly what you see on the screen, right? It will have the risk, it would also have communication, it would also have procurement, it would also have the stakeholder management be there, right? So the project schedule Gantt chart per se, Gantt charts, right? So what type of the bar chart that displays the start and the end dates of the project activities and overall project schedule. They also show logical task relationships and aid the task completion percentage. So they can actually show you the relationship finish to start, finish to finish, start to start, start to all those relationships. So show you percentage complete, that what task is how much complete. The very first one, WBS summary element 157% complete, right? Now the chart again have couple of different type of activities called the summary level activities. Yes, WBS summary level element 1, WBS 2 summary level element 2. These are summary tasks. Now inside those summary tasks you have the normal task or normal activities. Are WBS 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. These are the normal number of activities under a summary element. Now summary elements are saying but the control accounts. We just talked about control accounts a while back, in which that on what level of WBS you want to track your project. What? Yeah, control accounts. The three elements levels are basically the control accounts wherein we track the project. Now create and work with the Gantt charts. Each task has a duration, and again facility is a graphical representation of overall project schedule with to complete. So if you want to calculate the critical path in your project, you need to have a chart for that with them later. Okay. Then the Gantt chart relationship. You heard about these relationship, guys. Finish, start, finish to finish, start to start, start to finish. Yes. Yeah. And as well, correct? Definitions are about to change. Your about to change. Because yes, was half a world by a wrong definition. 5 continents, about 16 countries, into people, a word about the relationships, and most of them have a different perception about these. I believe that this is one of the most crucial topics of this management, and I'm answering them right now. So guys, to say you have heard about these, right? Or heard about these, correct? Finish to finish, start to start, start to finish, right? Now to just fit on that right now. Going into the details of any of these, we'll come to these when we'll do the sequence activity process, which is a process in planning of schedule management. When to that process, we will come and read those chart relationships, Gantt chart relationships. Okay. Now let's tendencies. So, is that in exactly how does it work? Like you is okay. We'll come back to Mr. Goel. I would request you something, right? Sit in a project management class. Keep A out of it. Saying it because I'm observing from the last 5 classes that you connect everything back to the agile and would not connect, right? More confusion in your brain. So I train people on agile, on management, on Prince 2, on ITIL, on Six Sigma. Everywhere in all 5 of these, a same thing like PDCA works differently. So confused. So what I do is, as a practice, when in class I think only about project management, and I keep out or maybe 6 out or rest of the things out, right? So start that, because otherwise you'll be confused here. Just like your use cases, right? Now relationship with that. So you what I'm saying here, right? Yeah. No. No. Yeah. To absorb and it here in this chapter, I'm telling. So leave the finish to finish start for now, right? And back to this when we'll be in the process. Dependencies. Now we have the dependencies in here. Dependencies, there are four of those, right? These are called internal dependencies, external dependencies. Then you have mandatory dependencies and discretionary dependencies. These are types of dependence we have, right? So about them in this here: dependencies, discretionary dependencies, internal dependencies. Now, please understand what are these things. What is dependency? These are inherent in nature and work and cannot be passed by. For example, the foundation of a civil structure must be laid before one pillars or slabs can start. True. That, and can you start erecting the pillars and slabs before doing the foundation? No. Bypass. So you can bypass these dependencies, correct? And that mandatory dependencies. Yeah, regulations. These are mandatory dependencies, right? This is why mandatory dependencies are also called the hard logic. HARD logic. Yeah. It can be mandatory. That is why these are two different classifications. Cyril, question. So it's an external but mandatory. Yeah. So these are that we have. When it comes to discretionary dependency, discretionary are called soft logic. SOFT. Soft logic. These are based on the preferences of the team and can be changed if required. Paid activities can be started only after the electrical and plumbing work is done. Now this is mandatory. Is it to start painting after the plumbing work? No, but I have to do that. That is preferred logic. Why? Because if you don't do that, then that paint can actually ruin a few of my plumbing work or my electrical work. But yeah, so if it required, if I am going through a crunch time, you don't have much of the line left with me, I can actually do that. Yes, it is easy, right? This is how I wish to do that. So so we couple of people decided that we're gonna first. So we were prepared doing the brick work of one room, right? And we both will do wall in the next in the first phase. Then in the days we'll do wall 2. The days we'll do wall 3, and the next phase we'll do wall 4. So we'll 20 days to complete these four walls, and we start with wall number 1. Then we'll go to wall number 2. Is it mandatory? No, because we have only a couple of people with us. But we are going through a crunch time. We can actually have more people who can say right, and they can work on the second wall while me and Arun are working on the first wall. So we can actually make couple of, and another days we can make another couple of walls, and in 10 days we can finish it, right? Preferred, which we change if it is required. Yes, in classification, guys, which external dependencies and the internal dependencies. Extensions are what? Dependencies involve an external entity that may impact the project. For approval by a government authority for the structural design of a building. Now these are both. This is external, mandatory, correct? Mandatory dependency, right? But if it is outside the project body, it is generally called as the external only, right? Internal dependencies. These dependencies are within the control of the project team. For example, comment of the slab work depends on the availability of RNC. External dependency, for example. Option. If the many dependency is given in the option, then it is the answer. You would know them for the question. And yes, you need to understand that comes first. Is it internal or external? Right? We'll go accordingly. Yeah. Internal, guys, these are within the control of the project team, just like commencement of slab work depends upon the availability of RMC, and RMC is in my hand. If I have a couple of days back, so I can immediately start it the moment it arrives. Or it is, I'm it on the same day, so I may need to wait one more day for that RMC come to me so that I can start the slab work. Right? Called interdependencies. So I have external, internal, mandatory, and discretionary. Is that understood to all of us? Give me a yes in the chat window, please. Yeah. Then comes network diagrams, right? So, yeah, you have act code and activity on arrow. Activity on node and activity on arrow. Azir said, okay, let's have a different question. How many of us have done our senior high school? But yes, I just want to have an answer here. How many are not senior high school? Say in the chat window. Okay, this question. Have you heard about activity on arrow and activity on node now? Nazir, you change your answer, man. Okay, so we'll take up in the next class. Okay, no problem. Because what? 15. Any state board, Arvind. You already have activity on arrow, activity on node. It's my class is over and over. And you are from where? You are from US or what? Yeah. Kenya. So Kenya. So the action is pretty good in Kenya. So okay, pretty good. So let's wrap it up here because I believe that would take some time for us to under the activity on node and activity on arrow. Why open up that presentation of ours and then do that. Okay, presentation. Okay, we completed one complete chapter, right? And that too about the scope, which was a important chapter, right? So that discussion was good and we understand the concept, right? Thank you so much for joining in. You can further engage with us in question and answers, simply talk, help and support section. Thank you to this session. Now I have a feedback form which will pop up the moment you close the presentation here. But it will take only minutes. So if you loved today, please give us your NPS feedback for content web and get certified team. You rate between 1 to 10. So if you were satisfied, give 9 or 10 because less than that is satisfactory for us. Don't do that, please. So, okay. Thank you so much, guys. And please share, do social media advocacy for us, please. Share with friends on Facebook, Google, YouTube, wherever you wish to do that. And if you want to write a review, you can go to Quora, Trustpilot, or Mouthshut.com. Write a review about us. And in addition to that, if you want to volunteer to share a testimonial on camera, right, the media team will be happy to make an appointment with you. Thank you so much for joining into this session. Sachin, tell me question. Yes. You are evening class. I'm not covering chapter. I'm covering only a few things in the risk management and then mostly of the project submission. So risk management, yes. I have the project submission. So that's our last class there. The risk will be there. Complete risk management. So for joining today's session, guys, have a wonderful day. I shall see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye bye. I'm gonna sing now. My son, support team, Sachin Linga. Thank you, guys. You can do is Mr. Goyal. So I'll just stay. So second. Okay. Just a second. Goyal, right? Yeah. Thank you much. Bye.